We are here at 100 podcasts.
Woo!
We're insane.
You, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The show.
I would not be able to sustain this if I didn't have an audience, and you're the first audience. So yes, This is we. We are crazy. You are crazy for following me this long.
I'm just being a supportive wife, yo. All right. No, I enjoy doing this. All right. Cool. All right, well, let's get to some reviews.
We have a number to get through today, so we're starting with Fairy Sin Girl, who was one of the people who joined us in the earlier for the group discussion. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, was she able to participate? I didn't hear her.
She was able to listen in for part of it.
Okay, awesome.
But I don't. Yeah.
And she did win one of the drawings.
She did.
So we need to get on that. All right, Fairy Sin Girl. Lol, Bakugo and Weiss are cute together. Anyway, that fight was awesome. I'm glad they were able to make Izuku make it to Izuku in time to help him. Also, poor Rhodey. I wonder what Humarise could want with him.
I wonder if she's seen the movie.
I wonder.
All
Girl,
right.
you gotta check out that movie if you haven't.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It was a fun movie.
All right.
It I've said it before. I'll say it again. It felt like the most like a Marvel movie, and
really?
I mean that in a good way. I mean that in a good way.
I'm over Marvel, so
no, in the sense that if you've never seen My Hero Academia, you can just drop in and watch it as its own thing.
Yeah,
and it's a fun movie. You got the good guys, you got the bad guys. It's a pretty easy story to follow. But if you know the show, then there's a lot of fun stuff to look for.
That's true.
And you could say the same thing for a lot of the earlier Marvel movies. I want to say leading
where
up
they can stand alone if you.
Yeah, they can stand if you just wanted to watch Captain America, that's it. You don't have to watch anymore. Same for Iron Man or Iron Man 2. They're fun films on their own. But you don't need to have a wider knowledge of the whole thing.
No, yeah, I enjoyed it. I generally am annoyed by anime movie OCs because I'm like, why should I care about you? Go away, bye. But I really like the way Rhodey was designed and just his character development in the movie. Yeah.
He was fun.
Anyway, thank you, Fairy Sin Girl.
Thank you.
Next, Light Hero Kaiser. Light.
I am here to review finally. Most interesting, great chapter, mate. Can't wait for more. All right, yeah, man, he's back. Kaito, wait, we're back? Finally. Hey, I've been busy with those 2 new big stories. Ooh, 2 stories at the same time. That's a challenge in and of itself.
Says the guy who... Never mind.
I was like, you really want to go there? Let's see. How are those going? Good. Anyways, it's good to be back, and I'll try to review each chapter. Man, it's good to be back. Indeed it is. Who's Jin? Okay, Jin says, well, you two shut up. Blade Hero Light and Bow Hero Impact signing out. Jin demands to know, hey, what about me? I don't know who Jin...
Sounds like there's a new character in one of Kaiser's stories.
I was gonna say, it's. I don't know if this is like a Common Rider reference or if this is a new character that he's come up with.
Well, cool. Glad you're back, buddy.
Cool.
All right.
Oh boy.
Ooh, Silver.
Silver had some things to say.
Okay, let's breathe. Hey, I'm just impressed and thankful that he keeps coming back.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Don't mistake me for being resigned to this.
No, I'm always pleasantly surprised when he leaves a good long review.
Yeah.
All right. So, Silver 4700. Chapter 98 notes. The entire bit with the paparazzi, while I acknowledge is somewhat necessary to the consequences of revealing himself to the world, didn't really hold me all that much. I also don't have a whole lot to say about it, so I'm going to skip over that a bit.
What do I like in this too? How do I put this? So I like watching Star Wars: The Clone Wars. It's one of my favorite shows. Mm-hmm. I, for the most part, whenever I'm doing a rewatch, tend to skip all the stuff that has to do with the Senate because I'm like, I don't care about any of this. I want to be out with Anakin and the 501st. That's what I'm here for. But the first time watching it through, I went ahead and made myself watch it because I knew that there were things that were happening that were important to the story. So now that I have those things, I remember those things. I don't have I don't enjoy going back and watching those things in particular. So I can kind of get the idea of what he's saying.
Yeah, it's more of a
it's like,
lore.
Okay, Palpatine's manipulating everybody.
It's an anecdote
the Trade
to the
Federation's
lore.
A bunch of D-bags.
Yeah. All right.
Padme's too naive for her own good.
It's a very small note, but I personally love how Kai and Bakugo went from arguing about who was Humarise's enemies first to immediately arguing about who's going to beat up Deku first. Granted, Kai meant it more in a training sense, but that's not as fun to think about, is it? Nice.
That's funny.
Now, at this point, now this is a point that might be a moot, considering it's been a minute since I read the last chapter. But if we are talking consistency, I'm going to stand my ground, quote unquote. So, to speak on this point, as interesting to read as the conversation concerning Kai's stability was, in the context of the specific chapter, it felt like it came out of nowhere.
Honestly, mate, I can't agree with you on that. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've been building up to that for a minute.
I mean, to be fair, it's like he's been either hospitalized or completely MIA for pretty much everyone in the room up until this point.
Yeah.
And so they haven't even had a moment since he got back in the action, and all of a sudden he's going from being mentally unstable to like being back in action. Like, who okayed this, right?
Yeah.
And so I mean, I think it makes sense. I think the chapters are just so spaced out that it's been a while since we've thought about how messed up in the head he's been recently. And so I think,
I mean, the idea is kind of like he's just permanently messed up in the head at this point.
Yeah.
Like he's certainly made improvements, but all that stuff that happened to him, that he can't undo that. That stuff's going to stay with him for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
So
but I think what Silver's saying is
that.
it's like, it's kind of, yeah, we know this, but it's kind of random that they're having this conversation. And I think my point is you just have to remember that, like, even though we freaking take forever to release chapters because this one decides he wants to polish them for 2 weeks because he's a dad and has a job. So I can't totally hold it against you. I can play the role, the devil's advocate, and be the impatient reader, right? But you have to think, like, I think that's the hard thing for me with My Hero in general. It's like the episodes have been coming out for so long that I forget it's been like a freaking year. Like, they've barely gotten through a semester. They're still first years in the show.
Let's see, at this point in the story, they are about to enter their third term, which is so they're entering their spring term, which is the last term of the year.
Of the first year.
Of the first year, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, this show's been out, like, since before we got married.
Yeah.
And it's still going. Yep. And so it's like, but it's not even a year has gone by. And it's hard to remember that for me because it's like, wait a minute.
Technically 2 years have gone by. Because
the first
few episodes, that happened
before they go to UA. But like
a year
but it seems like they've been at UA for like 4 years at this point, and it's only been not even one. Mm-hmm. So I think that you have to just kind of keep the timing in mind with that.
And there's a lot going on.
Yeah, but I feel you, dude. Sometimes I kind of react to things the same way when I'm watching the actual show because I just forget what a short span of time it's been. Anyway, to be a bit more specific, the only real event that caused the group to be wary of Kai was his reaction to hearing that Izuku was arrested. If there was any other instance, it certainly wasn't in this chapter, and I don't recall any other immediate reaction. Remember, like literally 2 days ago, he exploded a city and ran away from a mental institute.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. Like I have deliberately put in bits where like he. Like you can see his physical reactions to certain things.
That's
like
true.
Even when nothing is being said in relation to his trauma or what have you, like sometimes like he'll start shaking randomly or his eyes will start glazing over. And I've been very deliberate in putting those notations, especially from Mina's point of view, because she's the one who would recognize this. Like when it starts getting more obvious, of course everybody in the room's going to see that, but she's the one who's kind of picking up on the more subtle bits because she knows normally he doesn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you go back and pay attention, like you clearly, given the length of this review, clearly you've been paying attention.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate the effort you're putting into it, but I have to disagree on the stance that no, I've been very deliberate in leaving the breadcrumbs for this.
Yeah, because I'm like, and I think it's sometimes do they need to be more obvious than breadcrumbs, or is it just kind of, I don't know. So just I don't know. But that's good to keep in mind.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind going forward. But
to be a bit more specific, the only real event that oh, sorry, I already read that. And a big part of my criticism here is sort of the order of events, especially in the specific chapter. They deal with the reporters, which takes a bit of time. 2, they deal with contingency plans for Izuku crossing the border. In both instances, there's a lot of casualness and even
end with some form of joke.
I'm gonna let you finish reading this because I keep losing my spot.
If something had sort of prompted the discussion right before they had it or something, then that would have worked much better. I just felt that maybe it could have been the first thing that happened in this chapter or something. That's my take. Again, can't agree with you because Kurai would never have been comfortable. He, like, on getting on the train, he knew that he was going to need to have this conversation. But a train where there's people, like, you know, trying to edge over their seat to get a look at him because now they know who he is, he's not going to have that kind of discussion in there.
Yeah, they haven't had any, like, private conversations. Like
this was, like, the first time that he had a chance to talk with them privately since he pulled his revelation stunt, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, he had to deal with the media. You know, he, like Gran Torino said, it's like, we got to keep the ball rolling. He's like, you can't just cut and run. Yeah, he needs to keep giving Deku time to get away. That
by
was
the
his
same
first
token,
priority.
you could argue that, well, why are they letting him do this if they're not sure about where he's at? But, you know.
Again, like, honestly, it's not their first choice to have him out on the battlefield right now. It really isn't. But because of the power that he has, because of the asset that he can be, they can't afford not to use him.
So they're just kind of taking a gamble at this point.
Yeah. I mean, war is risk. The only way to know that you've taken the right risks is if you see if you won or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then in terms of the joke slinging and stuff, like there's a number of ways for people who have PTSD to deal with basically what they don't want to talk about. And from my own observations, I've seen that joking about it is a fairly common one.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who joke about really dark, messed up things just when they're trying to cope.
Well, yeah, like
and
we've got
also
a few friends and
generally
family who are in medical services. They have to make jokes about the stuff that they see, because otherwise they're gonna lose it.
Oh yeah, but I mean, also generally when you're like working as a professional, you have to be able to just kind of dissociate, keep calm, carry on until all of the things you need to get done are done. Then you can sit down and have a meeting about things that need to happen.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And
so yeah, literally he had the conversation with them about them constantly questioning his stability. He had that conversation with them as soon as his priorities allowed it.
And I think for me, I can understand being confused by the behavior because growing up most of my life, I was in a family where it was like, if there's something wrong, we're going to flip, like with a moment we notice, we're going to flip out, we're going to have this conversation right here, right now, even if it's not practical, even if it's not convenient, even if it's derailing our entire day, we're just gonna have an intervention right now and flip out and fight instead of giving everyone some time to think and mull things over and then setting a time to sit down and talk, right? And so I think a lot of people, because we don't have a lot of people just don't have boundaries, and we live in a culture where we just kind of let our emotions run every decision we make.
Run the show, basically.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people in our culture who just kind of like the moment they notice something, they call it out and they're like, oh my gosh, why are you know? Yeah. And when it's not necessarily an appropriate time or place to have that discussion. Yeah. So I don't know. Those are just some thoughts that I have on that. But yeah.
No, all right. I've said my piece on that, so I'll move on to the next bit. He says, side note, when I wrote these events down and said them out loud, I realized there's a lot more politics-esque and logistical things happening in the story. Maybe that's why it feels slow to me. Anyway. Yeah, like I said, I can relate. Clone Wars episodes that involve politicians, the majority of it, nah, skipping on.
See, and I think I've gone through phases where that's bored me, and now I'm at the point where I'm, as a reader, where I actually enjoy it because I'm a nerd. So I think it just depends on what kind of reader and what your interests are. So yeah, and you don't have the same preferences, and that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, go for it.
All right, Deku realizing the bow assassin hand wasn't a bow but rather her arm, and his subsequent realization of what exactly he did is probably the best part of this chapter, honestly. Oh, okay. Her casually committing unaliving was honestly kind of horrifying, to put it lightly. But it's my favorite part because character and stakes and mistakes. I have no idea why, but those 4-ish paragraphs felt like it was the most important thing that happened in this chapter. And the thing with the big villain yielding to Deku before being defeated reminded me of a skit that I'm going to reskin here. Before I get to that, I'm gonna explain my thought process on those 4-ish paragraphs. I was taken aback when I saw that in the movie the first time.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, oh, Bakugo's gonna zoom off and, like, grab her up, and it's like, no, they need to get information. Oh, she's just dead. Mm-hmm. Like, I was like, she just walked, like, the casualness of it all was very startling to me. Mm-hmm. I was like, whoa, okay, all right, we're doing this now.
Yep.
All right.
I remember having the same thought.
Yeah, I was taken aback, and I liked it. So I really wanted to capture the same feeling. Like, even though there's more moving pieces in this because we have like twice as many heroes and villains happening in this segment, I still wanted to take the time to set aside like how horrifying that actually is, that they are brainwashed to the point where they're just gonna toss their lives because they feel like they're of no use anymore. Okay, let's see. The skit they're gonna reskin. Villain robs a bank with $1 billion and is running away. Kai spawns into existence. You drop the money now. Villain, nah, continues to run. Kai uses some kind of super speed with one for all to spawn several feet ahead of him. Villain stops. Wait, did you just... Yes, I'm going to stand my ground against villains like... Yeah. It's cut off because the villain just throws him the massive bag of money. What are you doing? Resigning. I will no longer participate in organized crime. So, you don't want to try and escape with the money or try to kill me? Try to what? You want me to look stupid, don't you? No, I'm just surprised. No. You want me to try and run away and you teleport back there and then I run back to you and teleport again? Or better yet, you want me to not even land a scratch on you while you break my bones? Then I fall on the ground and try to crawl away looking pathetic? No, screw that! I didn't have that in mind. Shut up! Tosses his shoes towards Kai. I'm leaving with my dignity today. Why are you throwing your shoes? They were bought with previously stolen money. I shouldn't have them. I literally wouldn't have known that. You didn't have to tell me that. Where's the police? So you're for real trying to go to jail, willingly. I will handcuff myself. I mean, honestly, I could see that happening with All Might. Like, unironically, I could see All Might having that interaction with somebody.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. No, I love it. That was good. Let's see. He goes on to say, anyways, the bit with the big villain and the subsequent unalive bombers was well put in the story, in my opinion. It showed the consequences of participating in what is the equivalent of war, and honestly, it may have been disgusting and gruesome, but, well, it worked. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it was supposed to be disgusting and gruesome. Yeah. Like, that's really horrifying.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. I think fiction is most compelling when it mirrors or parallels life to some extent. So.
Yeah. Because there's definitely people that will take that attitude in the course of war.
A lot of that stuff going on right now.
Yeah. So. Whew. Let's see. For the record, I planned this like way before the stuff,
all the current events
started happening. But
it's just lined up. Yeah,
the timing worked out.
Up very.
And I'm not taking it back. With all that said, another thing I personally really loved to read was Kai's encounter with the Humarise cops. I'm not going to get into specifics partly because my thoughts about this are inherently political, but, well, suffice to say there's a lot I could talk about and apply this scene to. I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
I enjoyed that dialogue too, buddy.
Yeah. No, that was a really fun scene to write because, like, like, show don't tell is a very difficult thing to achieve in writing. And I think that with this, I was able to show it's like, okay, he's dealt with his feelings about his dad, but he still needs to work through some feelings about his dad being a dirty cop, essentially. Mm-hmm. So he kind of took it out on these guys.
Yeah.
Let's see. For chapter 99 notes, he says, I don't have a lot to say, so I'll put my review of this particular chapter in a bit more eloquent way of speaking. This chapter may have simply been a prelude to the upcoming climax of the arc. At least that's what the ending of the chapter alludes to, but it's still quite a pleasant read, all things considered. It may have been subtle, but I could tell what you were trying to convey with Rhodey and the revelation of the kill code for the bombs. Further, it was well and interesting with how many different viewpoints you laid out throughout this chapter. It conveys the sense of scale you were going for in an arc that covers the World Heroes mission. As well as the attack on UA, I would be lying if I said what was portrayed in this chapter was somewhat underwhelming at best. But for all I know, you have something planned for the next chapter. Overall, this chapter is by no means the best one if I'm being perfectly blunt, but it acts as a good bridge, a precursor to what is coming, and I look forward to that.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank you. Chapter 99 wasn't meant to be like oh man, I'm going to write home about this chapter. Yeah. it's meant to be a bridge, and it's meant to be a lead into the next part, the final battle against Humarise. But thank you, Silver, for your review. We always enjoy having you. I'm sure, and he always enjoys roasting the heck out of me whenever we have our New Year's episodes.
All right. Joe Clone, excellent chapter. This is setting up to be a certified banger.
Oh boy.
I might need to listen to the podcast again to fully understand the method of torture they used, though. Nora being abridged Vegeta in that moment was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Glad that Mina fully trusts Kai again. Drama officially over. Hold up. Awakening caller. Oh, it's time. It's time. It's full Unleashed Deku time.
Yes.
All right.
I'm excited for that.
Thank you, Joe Clone.
Thank you.
Fairy Sing Girl. Ooh, this battle against Humarise is getting intense. Also, I'm guessing the Awakening Caller is the thing that's going to alter Energon for Deku, like it did when it was still Kudai's quirk, right?
That is correct. Yeah. He's been holding off on that because, again, to reiterate how it works, basically it rewrites your neural pathways, but to complete the process, you need to be basically empty of all reserves of power, so that when your body starts to build the energy back up again, it has a new way of processing it. Let's see. I think we have one more. Yes, we do.
All right, Silly Kita. Well, time to review 2 chapters again.
This is going to be a really long one. Oh, boy.
Kudai is famous again, and anonymity was nice while it lasted, right? I see he's back to his usual on-guard self when it comes to dealing with the media, although it seems like he's trying to loosen up, even if just a bit. Yeah, he's got to use it if he's got it, right? If nothing else, though, we're seeing that some things never change, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm going to say probably the most relaxed he ever was with a news interview would have been that interview that he had with when Ida and Mina were with him at the dorm.
I think at this point, because he had that experience, though, he's like, all right, I just got to use it as leverage. You can't sit there.
He didn't handle it the best, but he's trying to make use of it.
Can't sit there complaining and hating it. You just got to deal, right? I think one of, if not my absolute favorite thing in chapter 98 was the byplay between Gran Torino and Kudai. They bounce off of each other in a way that I did not expect, but very much enjoy all the same. Even during the more serious moments, their back and forth stays consistent, and I quite enjoyed it. Yay. I'm trying to think of a pair that I could liken them to, but I honestly can't think of one right now. I don't know if that's because you've managed to create a fairly unique dynamic between these two, or if my brain just...
I'm going to assume he said brain.
Or if my brain is just dead as of writing this. Same buddy. If you can think of a duo that they remind you of, please help.
I don't know. Like...
Gran Torino and Kai?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe like... I'm trying to think.
Yoda and Ahsoka.
Yoda and Ahsoka? Is that what we're going with?
I don't know.
I was like, maybe the third Hokage and Naruto to a degree.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You get what
I can see that. Yeah. I can see that. He hasn't seen Naruto though, or has he?
I don't know what Kita's seen or hasn't seen.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Kita's not. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Wrong. I'm thinking of the wrong person.
No. I mean, hopefully.
That's right. Sorry. I don't know. I assumed this was. We finished Silvers and Joe Clones already. My bad. Bad.
Okay. Yeah, that's the closest that I can think of. Like he's trying to look out for this kid, and this kid's doing stuff to get on his nerves, and the kid's got a mouth on him.
Like, I can see it.
Like, maybe there's a better reference for it. Maybe there's a better comparison, but I can't think of anything at the moment. Sorry.
All right. Speaking of the more serious moments, damn. I did not expect that to happen when it did, though, as usual, it makes perfect sense upon reading. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really expect a conversation like that to happen at all. I more or less assumed that you would have had the other's doubts erased or at least mitigated via his actions in battle, which really seems to have happened to some degree, but I'll get to that later. I did not expect him to sit them all down for an open discussion on the matter since, as we've seen up till now, Kudai's usual play when it comes to stuff stressing his mind is to keep stuff bottled up until it explodes in a fashion that he barely can contain, if at all. Talk about character growth, him addressing their concerns before it becomes a problem and in and of itself. And I mean, that's another reason it's necessary, because he literally just got out of forced therapy sessions basically, and instead of bottling like he's usually done, he's like, no, I gotta deal, I gotta communicate, that way we're not creating these problems again.
He doesn't want to have a repeat of like ripping pieces out of his arm again.
So he's trying to be transparent with everyone he's working with,
especially
since they're going to be working so closely and they're going to be depending on each other, so they need to know that they can trust each other.
Him and Eri technically share a headspace in some instances because of the link with One for All. Mina, obviously he confide in her.
So I mean, I feel like Eri should, her concerns should be like mostly gone at this point, but I think it's still important for her to be a part of the conversation.
Well, I mean, how do I put this? Like, it's still important for her at this point to remember that like for her, these are her heroes. And she's still getting used to the idea of like, oh, these are people and I'm their equal at this point. So whether or not Kudai realizes that in including her, that is something that her character needs at this point.
I also especially liked how you set a scene aside just for Kai and Mina, because given their involvement, it only makes sense for them to go a little more into detail about each other's concerns. It's a testament to the realism of their relationship that even the hurt they caused each other has been forgiven, if not forgotten. But the underlying doubts yet remain. We can see Mina is trying hard to trust him like she used to, but that has to be so hard for the poor girl. On the other hand, she wants to see him succeed as a hero because he's such a big part of who he is. On the other hand, she doesn't want him to get irreparably hurt all over again. I say irreparably, knowing full well that Eri can undo any physical injuries that they receive. I'm talking more about mental sense. All of these factors are superbly balanced and make for an engaging read, even after all this time. Yay! I'm glad you enjoyed it. Sweet. And appreciate it. At least see somebody gets it. Somebody gets it.
All right, cool.
Not everybody. Everybody. Yeah, that's the thing. Every audience member is going to be different.
Different readers are going to get different things out of the chapter. That doesn't make their sense of enjoyment any
less
worth
valuable.
any more or less than another's.
Yeah, exactly. But this, he gets it.
This helps me again. All this largely helps me. This helps me to better connect with the people that are interested in my stuff.
And if you want to reach the audience who's more in it for like the action and the overarching plot, you need to make sure that, if you're leaving breadcrumbs, you need to leave at least one that's obvious. Because if they're too well hidden, not everyone's going to go back and pick, comb through it.
If we're talking about the bits where he's like trying to keep it, like where we're seeing him like
I remember him having a night terror.
He had night terror, and he would start shaking randomly. I felt like those were
I
pretty
did too.
apparent.
I did too, but
maybe that's just us.
I think I don't know. So cool.
We've said our piece on that.
Gran Torino. Wait, hold on. Where am I? Okay. If I hadn't said it before, I think that the one of the reasons I enjoy their ship so much is because there is a sense of certainty about them and their love for one another, made more so by the knowledge that there is a very real chance at them having their happily ever after. I don't have to worry about something or someone coming along to stir up drama between the two of them so that I wind up wondering if they're going to work out, even knowing how Blake feels about Kudai. It's not a question of if they will work things out, but how they will do so together. I mean, I think I'm over, because literally 90% of entertainment media is going to have the romantic tension being are they or aren't they, right? And I'm over it. I think everyone's over it because it's just predictable, right? And so it's like, oh my gosh, who are they going to end up with? I don't know.
Friends is the one that kind of launched that trope, or
not like necessarily.
Maybe not launched it, but kind of brought it into mainstream. more so?
I feel like no, because I feel
'Cause
like
growing up, I remember people talking about
but before that, Hollywood. I mean, since television was a thing. I mean, honestly, I feel like going all the way back to like Jane Austen novels. That's that's where entertainment's been.
But what I'm talking about is like, how do I put this? You know, especially when we were younger, people didn't invest as much into entertainment as they do now. But like growing up, I got like my parents didn't talk much about TV. Like they would watch it and they would go to bed and that was it. But I remember they would talk about Friends. They would talk about it with their friends. Like that was kind of the show that everybody communed with.
It was a social phenomenon for sure. But I think that it's more of like a personal, like that's when most people started really following that. Oh my gosh, are they gonna get together? That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. But I mean, it's been a trope for much longer than that. And
I shouldn't have said launched the trope. I should have said
popularized.
Popularized. That's the word.
It definitely, because I mean, not everything looked like that.
Yeah.
Before that kind of phase of entertainment.
Yeah.
And so
I have a lot of problems with the show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, for starters, but one of the things that I did enjoy about it was that once the couple of the main characters got together, you just like there was never any are we gonna be okay? There was like one moment like the episode after they got together where they're like, was this the smartest play we could have made? And then after that they're like, nah, screw it, let's go for it. And then for the rest of the show it was like, yeah, these two are together, there's not anybody trying to move in on that turf.
It doesn't have to be a soap opera to be entertaining.
Yeah. No.
And it's like, if your goal is a romance story, cool, right? A romance story, but this is that's not necessarily what it's about. That's an aspect of who the characters are, but that's not the driving force of what's keeping us reading, right?
Yes.
We're more curious about the world.
At this point, I would say it is a fairly large aspect of the story.
Well, I mean, it's but like he said, you're rooting for all the characters. You're like, okay, well, I want it to work out, and I know I know how they feel about each other. I just don't know if all the circumstances are going to allow for it, right? And that's more what is happening here.
It's more to do with it's more to do with what will the circumstances allow it than will other people allow it.
All right. Gran Torino getting apparent flashbacks of what it was like to work with young All Might was hilarious. Thank you for almost always working in a fair amount of humor with so many into so many fight scenes without making it a little ridiculous at times. Looking at you, Marvel. Oh, shots fired. Woo. All right. That first scene at the end of 98 was awesome. I loved getting to see Deku in action with Energon again. And his reaction to seeing Kurai using One for All the way that he did, more stuff than I never would have thought to include. So good on you.
I appreciate that.
In all seriousness, his borderline irritation at how well Kurai seems to be handling his old quirks so easily was incredibly well placed. Having read chapter 99 at this point, it doesn't seem to last very long, but I felt like it was very thoughtful of you to include such a sentiment at all, because it makes sense. Deku had to work really hard to get even a portion of One for All under his control, and I imagine that even if he doesn't think about it much, there's probably some part of him that wishes he could have been the one to fully master it. Of course. Yeah. I mean, that was his driving force for a long time so far. I mean, just, I don't know. Since the reality of becoming a hero has been in his brain. Yeah. All right. Becoming the number one hero like All Might is his greatest ambition. Yeah. And it's reasonable of him to shoot for that with his drive and a quirk like Energon to boot. But it's not the exact dream he's been chasing for nearly 2 years by this point in the story.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's got to be hard to let go of. But it seems like he's managing. Seeing as his main goal is still within reach, the rest being semantics.
Yeah. I how do I put this? I wanted to do something where, I want Deku to be able to achieve his dreams, but I also wanted to alter the circumstances in which he might still be able to achieve them, and more or less in a way that would give like anybody pause, because it's like he's been going this way for so long. His life has been in danger. He's wondered if he's going to make it a few times, but he's always strove he's always been going toward that goal, knowing that he's got All Might and One for All on his side. He lost one of those things at this point, and he still has a great power that he can use, but it's not the same. It's not the exact dream that he had in his head. I had a hard time, becoming an adult. I had a very hard time letting go of certain dreams. Like, I thought I was gonna, I thought my first few years of being married was gonna be very different to what it ended up being. Not to say that it's a bad, but not to say there's a bad thing by any means. Like, I thought we were gonna get a house a lot sooner than we did. But you know what? We got the house that we needed when the time was right, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy in it. I honestly think that things turned out better this way.
Yeah.
Than what I would have planned. So this is probably the biggest push of myself onto Deku's character in this story, but I think I managed to do it in a way that it doesn't take away from him.
I think it's more that
he is.
I think it's less that you're putting yourself on him and more that you're empathizing with his character.
Okay.
Because I mean, you understand at this point what his personality is like, and he's a really sweet person, and he generally thinks the best of everybody, but he does have moments of doubt, and he has little moments where he gets irked and irritated, and he lets them go pretty quickly, but he still has those emotions. He's not a Gary Stu.
No.
Like, I love my tearbender boy, right?
I've been watching some of the earlier episodes, because again, him becoming slightly more aggressive with Energon has felt right to me. But I couldn't put it into words until I went back and watched the first season recently, because I got the whole set on Blu-ray and I'm really enjoying it. And I forgot that one of the things he does whenever he's getting really riled up for a fight is he tries to act like Bakugo.
Oh, interesting.
He doesn't do it as much.
How so?
He doesn't do it as much in present, but like that tendency is still like I think he says in the third season that his idea of victory is so closely tied to Bakugo in his head that when he is going for the win, he can't help but act like him.
Interesting.
So I'll give you during the first training battle, he straight up is like, you know what, Bakugo, I take back everything I said, and he's thinking about when he told Bakugo, I'm not trying to compete with you, I swear. No, he's in there. He's going to compete against him. Later on, when they have the incident at the USJ, he literally is screaming to himself as he's jumping out of the boat, act like Kachan would right now. He literally screams at the villains, die, right before he hits them with the Delaware Smash.
Wow, I never noticed that.
You noticed that?
No.
I'll have to go back and watch that episode with you.
Okay.
Because in some instances, he's doing it consciously, but he also admits that he does it on a subconscious level.
That's why I love this. I love piecing these little things out.
He has a latent sense of aggression in there. It's buried way down in there, but it's there. And a quirk like Energon, again, I went over this a lot in some of the earlier chapters. I went over this a lot in the earlier chapters. It messes with your frontal cortex. It messes with the part of your brain that keeps you from doing stupid stuff. I think Bakugo's is just kind of broken, and maybe it's getting repaired over time because he's kind of cooling off. But
he's getting older, and his prefrontal cortex is developing because every freaking preteen and teenage boy, like, they do things, and you're like, why? So this is just a side note, but it's just a funny side story that I feel like I have to share with someone.
Oh boy, what did your students do?
Okay. So normally I have lunch duty every day, right?
Yeah.
And I pick up my fifth graders right after lunch. Fifth graders after lunch. Yes, it's great. They're hyperactive and need to pee and want to go to recess, right? It's ridiculous. But anyway, normally the whole school goes and lines up outside, and then they're taken to their next class, right? But my fifth graders, I normally have them line up in the cafeteria and wait for me to escort everyone out. That way I can keep an eye on them. Well, me thinking, oh, I need to be more helpful to the other teachers and watch all the classes, so I'll just have my class line up with the other classes. I'm like, you guys, I'm going to meet you outside today. So I'm ushering all the little kids out, making sure everything's clean, and then I go outside and I see this mob, not a lineup, but a mob, because they're not up against the wall like inmates. I gave them freedom, which I shouldn't have done. I get to the center of the mob. I just see little feet sticking out of a hole.
Oh, no.
One of my...
Is this the one where...
He removed the top of the grate, dropped his almost empty Gatorade into it, and instead of leaving it there, decides he's going to go diving for it. So he literally... This is not a big grate. This is like, I want to say... He's a skinny kid. I want to say maybe 10 inches in diameter.
What?
I want maybe 10 inches. Like, it's not a big hole. It's a round hole. He removed the grate. I don't know why the grate was removable, because we have small children who are crazy. And so I just go, and there's his feet sticking out. Like, child, what are you doing? And he's like, no, miss, I got to get my water bottle. So we had to pull this kid out of this grate. So, and it's so funny because these kids are big. So I'm the same size, and I'm short. So I'm the same size as all these fifth graders. And so then the other adults are like, they see this mob and we're pulling this child out of the grate. So they're all trying to come and see what's going. It was chaos.
Jeez.
And so it's like, no. He, instead of leaving it there, he decides he's going to go diving in this tube.
Can't use
in
that
this drain.
bottle anymore, dude.
Oh, no. But it's just the idea. Why not? Why not go on an adventure underground instead of going to class? But I mean, that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing, obviously that's preteens, but I'm talking, but when you talk teenagers, teaching middle schoolers, that prefrontal lobe, that's what determines this thing that I want to do.
So
should I do this or should I not do this?
So Deku's is technically going backwards right now.
Yes. And so like, and teenager, like, middle schoolers are the worst, but teenagers are pretty, that's why teenagers have a reputation. It's because that part of your brain is still developing. And it's like, oh, why did you climb up on your desk and yell Harambe and take a nosedive? I mean, why? You're injured now. I don't know. I just wanted to do it.
Back in my day, we yelled the sensible thing. Right. Leroy Jenkins!
Exactly. So it's like, we have to remember, these are teenagers.
Yep.
And I think... To be fair,
they're fairly mature for a set of teenagers.
There's been a lot of really mature emotional regulation in this story, but they're still teenagers.
They're still teenagers, yep.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. We kind of talked about that for a while. Kai getting back to the thick of it was also a treat to watch, especially since it seems that this is more or less the power level that we expect him to use for a non-major battles going forward. Then again, he may have been going a little harder than he normally would. Seeing as he apparently still needed to vent some stuff about his dad. Damn, Kudai.
Yeah, he was going. He was definitely venting. He could have taken them down a lot more neatly, but instead he was just like, "Nah, I'm a fire in my lightning."
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
The team-ups in that scene were also fun, with Ashid Queen and Mirtanastra making for a surprise combo that I actually find myself curious enough to wonder if we'll get more of that in the future. It seems like a combo ripe with possibilities.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Aerie managing to save the Archer girl was not something that I had not expected, mostly because it felt like she had given all that she could to the story, both here and in canon. But again, having read 99 now, I can see the sense in it beyond just being something that the heroes would do. Her and those Humarise members served a further narrative purpose. So nicely done.
Thank you.
Is Bakugo low-key becoming a Kai fanboy? This has so much comedic potential. Okay, chapter...
Can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, chapter 99 now. I apologize for making this one so long. No worries, man. We enjoy it.
You know what? It's the 100th podcast. We can go a little long.
We're doing it,
That's okay.
and we have more to come because we have some guests in the podcasts and some prizes that get given away, and so yeah. All right, it's kind of funny to watch Flex turn starting to lose his beep a little earlier than in the original story. He literally sends a small army at UA because a child called him out. Granted, that child is arguably the most powerful teenager on the face of the earth, but still.
Yeah, like, that was funny to me. Like, yeah. It made sense. I want it to happen, but it was also, like, if you boil it down to the bare essentials of it, it's like, yeah, he got called out by a kid and he's throwing a tantrum over it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can go one of two. You can ignore it, or you can do what he did. And I feel like most people in his position would just ignore it and just be like, we're giving him validity by responding in kind. But it doesn't really go with their ideals to make that move. I think the attack that he pulled makes more sense with the narrative that they're pushing.
Yeah, I mean, we see in the original film, Fleck Turn gets riled up just because Deku disagrees with him.
He does. He's not stable.
He starts getting pissed just because somebody else has a different opinion. So like to me, I was like, this is absolutely in character for him.
Very stable genius. Sorry, I didn't just say that. Sorry, I had to. Sorry. Speaking of which,
I'm gonna have to do my Bernie Sanders impression on this thing one of these days.
I'm horrible at impressions. That's just my brain with caffeine metabolizing after a long day of sassy kids.
I'm here for it.
Speaking of which, are we getting a preliminary look at Monoma beginning to redeem himself? If that does happen, I would be rather surprised. Perhaps not as much as I would have been given your handling of Endeavor in this story, but I'm certainly intrigued.
Can neither confirm nor deny.
Bonus points for showcasing Pyrrha in battle without actually revealing her quirk to the other students. As I recall, in the original series, she kept her powers to herself in order to preserve the element of surprise as much as she could.
That's correct. Yeah, she kept her semblance hidden, because basically she more or less created the illusion that she just could not be beaten. Because of the way that she was able to manipulate her abilities.
Yeah. Just a little side note, but I enjoyed all the same. I'm guessing that Jean's quirk is to boost the powers of other people's abilities. I honestly can't remember how his semblance worked in the original show, other than that he had a very strong aura.
Yes, as I understood, so in the original show, he didn't necessarily enhance other people's powers directly. He had the ability to enhance other people's auras. So, like he could. So, as I understand it, the aura is like how much energy you have, and you can channel that energy into your semblance, or you can channel it into your defenses.
And I mean, if you
he magnifies a person's aura, either increasing their defensive or healing capabilities, or greatly enhancing their offensive capabilities.
And if you think about it, that's a really compelling concept. Because it's like, what if you have a hero who's reaching for the stars, but their entire role is going to be
making sure that everybody else can reach for the stars.
Yes, putting everyone else first. And that's why I think that's why I love his character. Yeah. Anyway.
No, I'm looking forward to, like, I wanted a chance to show them in action. We're gonna get some more of that in this next chapter. But I'm really excited for what I get to do with Team Juniper, especially during the war arc.
Akurui moments are always gold, even if he seems the slightest bit unhinged in this chapter. Oh, honey.
Oh, buddy. Oh, honey. Buddy, just wait for this next chapter. Oh, man.
Preparing for live human experimentation, buddy? Okay, that's a bit much, even for him. Though I do appreciate the irony of Nezu being the one to point out the reasons why that's not okay. As for the main squad in this chapter, what a chapter. At first glance, it may seem like just a setup chapter for the final battle, which it certainly is. But there's a lot in here for Kai and Cronoa in particular. Sorry. You guys have to understand, I never actually read his stories. I'm a horrible wife. He reads them to me. So when I see the words typed out for the first time, I get really confused. Yeah, sorry. You can...
Do you want me to take
roast
over?
Me. No, you're good.
Okay.
As long as you don't interrupt me mid-paragraph, I do fine.
Okay.
It's just my brain freaks out and then I lose my spot because dyslexia. Okay. For Eri, we have a more expanded look at the dark side as she's had to develop in order to survive the future, which we've only seen a glimpses of up till now. Her setting aside of her emotions as a thought of potentially being put to work in an extended torture session was especially startling to me, given how she was treated during her early childhood.
Yeah.
Yep, gives you a window into the life she's lived. We see it again in somewhat lesser degree when she starts sorting through the data stored on the Humarise chip with her playing by the future Akurui's book, as well as her assessment of Humarise's true plans. She is very cold and calculating in these moments, yet somehow manages to keep it believable that it is the same girl who wanted to see her heroes again and cried when Kudai rejected what she thought was a gift to him. Those are polar opposite attitudes to have, a nearly impossible dichotomy to achieve in balance, yet I absolutely believe in their portrayal through her. That's a really interesting point. Yeah, and I mean, again, I think we've talked about it, but...
Well, everybody's got more than one side to them.
Yeah, and you have to really think about when you're a professional, you have to dissociate to a certain degree. So when you're being yourself with your guard down, yeah, you're going to cry, you're going to have these big emotions. But when you have to get to business and get things done, you have to snap out of it because you can't just be a crybaby all the time like some characters in anime.
When he's talking about the assessment of, like, how she reacted to the assessment of Humarise's true plan, I'm going to assume that they're talking about when everybody else is like, that's horrible, and she's just like, that's ingenious. And they're all looking at her like, what? She's like...
Yeah, but at this point, she's been learning to be a strategist her whole life because she's been spending time with these people, you know?
She's like, I'm not saying good job to them, but you got to give it to them. They're smart.
Yeah. As for Kai, we get it summarized for us that the one line by Eri about how he's Akurui's brother and not all of his cunning came from solar intelligence, like, that was a chilling line to read. Maybe I'm overhyping it, but that legitimately made me shudder when the two of them were compared to their on their similarities in such a dark fashion. I know that they are good guys, but I also find it a bit disturbing when we get a reminder that our heroes are capable of just as much twisted violence as the villains, and in some cases more so. I think that's one of the big themes in this story. Kudai straight up moving to torture the hostages without even blinking was a dark in a way that I didn't expect from him, though I really should have. We've seen him do similar things before this. It's been so long since the event occurred, but I listened to the podcast where you talked about how he and Shoto were ready to torture a bunch of the villains at the start of the school year, which helped put this into context for me and understand that this is actually nothing new for him. He just hasn't had a reason to show this side of himself in a while. I was kind of surprised that you didn't bring up how he basically tortured Cinder when he obliterated her arm in an act of revenge against the League.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Because he definitely did not need to do that. I also heard the exact method of torture that you had him and the others use on the villains, and I just have to say, that was really twisted. Very effective, very well thought out, very twisted. I understand the circumstances that necessitated such actions from all of them, but the fact that you were able to think up not only a method of torture, but even some science behind why it would work that well is just a little frightening to contemplate. Buddy, try being married to him, yo.
You know what? Being a writer is hard. We have to be so many things. We have to be a firefighter, a police officer, a doctor, a CIA operative, a superhero, a supervillain. We have to...
Well, not every author feels that way, but I'm glad you do because it makes it more dynamic.
I'm like, well, if you don't put all of yourself into these driving forces for these
no
characters,
one's gonna believe you.
Even the darker parts.
Yeah.
Like if it's just like, oh, he's evil because he's evil. That only works in very rare circumstances. I'm gonna cite Fire Lord Ozai as like the classic example in modern day cinema of like, he's evil because he's evil, and I love it. But most of the time that doesn't work. It's like, if you're going to convince somebody that somebody is evil or capable of doing evil, you need to show the brain that goes behind. You need to show the thought process behind it.
Yeah.
You need to show how much effort went into this.
100%. I mean,
I'm not saying cover people in nitroglycerin and then light them up with electricity.
That's horrid.
Don't do that. That's awful. But it's the tools that he had to use at the time, and he made good use of them.
Ugh, it's horrible. I like hearing it out loud. I'm like, bro, that's not even as bad. I was reading that autobiography recently, and I was telling you about the torture, and it was not even as bad. Like, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
Maybe I missed my calling as a CIA operative.
Oh gosh, no, you're not the very stable genius, my love.
No,
not very stable.
Not very stable at all.
Final notes. I'm excited to see history repeat itself against the new movie threat. By that, I mean 2 one-for-all users alongside an awakening Energon to take down the big bad as we saw in the Island arc.
Yep.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Hang on, let me try. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Oh, George Lucas, a.k.a. one of the greatest writers of all time. Some people agree with you. Some people don't. I am of the opinion he is a fantastic storyteller. He's a horrible director. Very creative man. Super great at thinking outside the box.
Yes, the story he created was truly unique. Very, very
horrible dialogue.
Yeah, well, the dialogue definitely deserved better.
But he had a brilliant. He has, I should say, a brilliant mind for storytelling.
I have to say, one of the things that I do enjoy about Disney bringing back some of the old characters like Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen, like for the Kenobi series, it really shows that like they were not bad actors.
No,
they just had poor direction.
Yeah.
Because some of the scenes that they do in Kenobi, holy crap.
Well, that's why Star Wars still stands as a very popular franchise. Because
but it doesn't matter that the dialogue was trash in the prequels. The story was that good.
And we were just so happy to have Star Wars back. We didn't care. You know, of course, there were some haters that were like, oh my gosh. And he's like, yeah, if you really look at it, these lines are so cringy. You can't even I hate saying it's coarse and it's rough and it gets all over. Okay,
so
sorry.
There's any number of videos that one of my brothers recommended to me, but they basically said the thing that I had thought of the scene originally, which was that like you really have to read into the subtext of it, but you shouldn't have to do when you're watching a movie. But like if you look at it through if you try to look at it through his eyes, it's like, to him, sand is like everything that he tried to leave behind. Like, he sees sand, and all he could think of is like,
it's a representation
how hard his life was.
Yeah.
What he had to leave behind the one person that he loved up until then was his mother.
In my opinion, episode 2 should have in essence would have been much better as a series because you
George
have
Lucas
this.
said the same.
You have really
Yeah. We
agree on something.
He said that he would have he designed episode 2 and 3 as a series, but he couldn't do it. He knew that he had to do it in 3 movies, so he did what he basically
so you have this
abridged it as
whole
best he
romance that has to occur. You have all of this trauma.
You can create a believable romance in 2 hours.
Yeah, but you have all of this trauma that's also being navigated at the same time. So then all of a sudden you have these 2 young adults who are acting like teenagers. And
you know how old Anakin is?
He's a teenager.
Do you know how old he is?
Is he 16?
He's 19.
He's 19. Okay. Yeah. So, and I mean, a lot of 19-year-olds I know are still got that dumb brain. So
that frontal cortex ain't fully developed until you're 25.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Because you and all the other boys in your family were absolute a-holes at 19.
Yeah, we were. Yeah. It's something to know about my family is that boys in particular are the absolute worst when we hit 19 years old.
Well, I was the one who coined that because I watched all 3 of you hit 19 and it was a nightmare. And I'm just like, oh, pray for me with my son. Okay, sorry, tangent. Sorry, bro. Good. You should have known. You brought up
Star Wars. You know this is good. You guys know how this works. You bring up Star Wars, we're gonna segue.
Yeah, sorry. We nerd out for sure. Kai taking a moment to tell Deku that what he expects him to do with his powers was a really beautiful moment that I had been half hoping for. Deku needs someone to set those expectations for him, I think. At least to give him that initial drive to push himself beyond even his own preconceived notions. He's seen what Kudai could have done with Energon. Now he's ready to prove what Deku can do with it.
Yeah, not in those words, but yeah, that's kind of what I was like. How do I put this? The way that I wrote it, it was like his friend, his brother, being like, I gave this power to you. I want you to show me what you can do with it. But that's an interesting point. That's an interesting insight into Deku's psychology. Now that I think about it, because Deku has so many expectations set for him, but every time someone sets those expectations, his first instinct is to go, no, I'm going to go beyond that. Mm-hmm. So I hadn't consciously thought about that. So that's a really good point to bring up.
Yeah, that is. I also loved the moment where Mina lets go of all her doubts and chooses to see Kai instead of Kurai, ready to take up the fight for real. A tad sappy, given that they're falling through the rain. They're falling through the rain and staring into each other's eyes the whole time, but I still liked it.
Tropes exist for a reason sometimes.
Chapter 100, here we go.
Yep.
Oh, well, that was perfect. On that note,
we will allow you guys to enjoy entry 100 of Your Hero Academia, and we will be back soon.
I've been wandering in my mind lately. I've been looking for a place to rest my head, for the road that lies ahead. Always fighting for the ones beside me. You could try it, but her heart's so far from dead. You will believe it. I look at fear in the eye, yes, we met before. Staring every lie, someone's at the door. You keep walking the line, I stuck to the floor. Nothing wrong in my mind, I've always wanted more. I've been walking on coals high for my whole life. Gotten better to bruise just to get it right. Climbing every hilltop through pain and strife. But when my summit is reached, I'll be out of sight. And I'll keep holding on, holding on. Building the life that I've been dreaming. Holding on, carrying my heart to the end. And then I'll see who was wrong, who was wrong. Will I reach the heights I'm scaling? I'll rise above, sowing the fire within. Sowing the fire within.
Three Musketeers. All right, guys, you ready for this? Kai asked as he glanced either way at his friends. Anyone who hasn't had one for all, your quota's about 500 apiece. Think you can handle that? Screw that! Ground Zero snarled as his hands hissed with smoke. I'll take 501! That's the spirit. We'll handle the flunkies. You go make sure these bombs don't get the chance to blow. Ashley Queen assured him. To Deku and Chronoa, she added, I'm counting on you two. Keep my man safe, would you? With my life. Chronoa answered as lightning blazed in her eyes, even as Deku's aura swelled like a star amid the storm around them. This time let's go home smiling, all together, he declared while the closest Humarise members managed to take up vantage points to open fire on them. If we're quite done with the pep talk, Mirtanaster huffed impatiently. Yep, right, sorry. Kai apologized as he took a couple of steps forward, black lightning sparking rapidly across his arms. I'll get things going and give you guys a head start against these asshats. Before anyone could ask what he was planning to do, he raised his fists high above his head and then slammed them into the ground as hard as he could while roaring, Malkuths! Smash! The earth rippled before him, sending Humarise members flying up in the air and clearing the field of any obstacles for nearly half a mile. Move! Freezerburn shouted as he skated forward on his ice, not wanting to waste another second. They all knew the parts they needed to play. Now it was time to see it done, and turn Humarise's ambitions into nothing but a bad memory. Don't give me orders, Icy Hot! Ground Zero bellowed as he shot up, Mirtanaster following him closely on a series of speed-enhancing hexes, even as Acid Queen slid through the newly altered terrain on trails of acid. She did take a second to call over her shoulder. Mind giving your girl a little push? Kai, immediately taking her meaning, bolted after her in tandem with Chronoa and Deku, shooting a tendril of Black Whip to snag her around the waist before he yanked it forward, instantly increasing her speed so that she overshot Ground Zero in less than a second, prompting a shout of outrage from the blonde hero, even as she tore into the closest group of gunmen, her fists flying to knock them down while her acid ate through their weapons with unnerving precision. Following that, Kai took to the air, combining One for All with Float so that he could properly fly above the army of acolytes, while he hurled dark lightning bolts down at the outliers, forcing them to scatter and break ranks, even as Deku unleashed Starlight straight in front of him, carving a path that would allow him and Chronoa to have an unobstructed way into the large entrance to the base that had been carved out of the mountainside. The girl, meanwhile, was using rapid-fire airbursts to pummel any acolytes who were stupid enough to show their faces over smoldering holes left in the rocks by her teammates. You sure Rhodey's going to be okay back there? Deku asked her as they began to run up the incline that led to the entrance. I set him down a few miles away, she replied quickly. He's nowhere near enough to get hurt by anything the others do, and there weren't any Humarise members in the vicinity. Good work, but I'll feel better once we finish with the bombs can get back to him, her predecessor admitted. Then let's not keep him waiting. Kai took that moment to land next to them, a grim look on his face as he tapped the side of his scouter. We got incoming. By the looks of things, they've got strong works, he informed them. Send them our way. Freezer Burn's voice came in over the earpieces that they managed to hold on to for the mission. You're sure? Deku asked him. Ha! Ground Zero snorted. All these idiots have are a few lame-ass quirks, sticks, guns, and no strategy. I'm already getting bored. Let's make this fun. You need to work on your definition of fun, Katsuki. Mirtanaster scolded him, followed by what sounded like a small avalanche in the background. We can handle them, Ashley Queen affirmed. You guys just focus on the main boss. Despite her claim not only days prior that she would never let Kurai out of her sight again, she knew that this was no time to be selfish or joke around. The three of them with the most power stood the best chance at making it to the mother computer in order to trigger the kill switch, and with little more than 20 minutes to go until Armageddon, they couldn't afford to be slowed down by their teammates. So she would once again place her faith in Kai's skill and determination, while also choosing to trust that Cronoa and Deku could keep him alive long enough for them to celebrate together afterward. Her instincts were screaming at her that it was a mistake to let him go on without her, but she squashed those feelings with a steel grip. It was time to be nothing less than a hero trying to save the world. Personal sentiments be damned. He was trusting her to keep any backup from coming to their leader's aid, and she would not fail him and their friends. With all that in mind, she added, Go on, stop the bombs. We've got each other's backs out here. As you wish, Kai replied with a grin. Here we go! The enemies that he had mentioned were now coming into view, two smaller figures in cloaks and a hulking, pale brute that hardly resembled a humanoid. Kicking one for all into a higher gear, he shouted, I got the big guy! Eric, go right! Deku shouted as Kai called upon the powers of the Sixth. They had just gotten into position when a cloud of smoke exploded from his body, obscuring everyone's line of sight in the process. About 2 seconds later, there were some shouts of surprise, followed by three figures flying out of the smoke cloud and away from the mountain to crash into the battlefield, bowling over a number of the robed acolytes in the process. Emerging on the other side, into the tunnel that would lead straight into the mother computer of Humarise, were the heroes, unscathed for all the obstacles their enemies had thrown at them thus far. Did they get through? Freezer Burn asked as Acid Queen slid to be back-to-back with him. Affirmative, Mirtanaster answered as Ground Zero shot toward the latest of the three villains that had been deposited on the ground between them. We just have to keep these pests from giving their leader any further backup. Pests, huh? Sneered one of the smaller villains as he and another like him got to their feet. Is the kettle calling the pot black? He was small in stature, with blue hair, serpent-like yellow eyes, and what looked like a pair of fangs peeking out just underneath his upper lip. You better watch your mouth before I decide to kill you instead of Big Ugly! Ground Zero shouted as he slammed into the pale behemoth of a villain with a vicious explosion. Die! He's going to be one of the loud ones, isn't he? Asked the third villain, whom the heroes now realized was an exact copy of the second young man in every way. Excellent. I was worried we'd have to deal with one of the strong silent types like Half and Half over there. His and his twin's arms quickly transformed into a pair of sharp, extendable blades that looked hard enough to cut through just about anything. If the sinister grins the two were wearing are any indication, it seemed they intended to do just that. Freezer Burn elected to ignore them as he noticed a new group of gunmen coming toward their group, his eyes narrowing as he did. We've still got the regular acolytes to deal with, he announced. Who's taking on who? Bakugo's already got the big guy, so I'll handle Thing 1 and Thing 2. Mina asserted as acid coated her arms while she sized up their smaller opponents. From the smell and the way it was eating at the ground that it touched when it fell from her hands, it was clear she wasn't about to hold back. Ha! Ground Zero smirked as he glanced alongside at the pink girl. Don't think taking on two of these losers makes you any better than me. I've got something to handle the acolytes coming from the south, so we'll leave the rest to you, Todoroki. Mirtanaster added as she whirled her rapier, conjuring a half-dozen hexes of varying colors around Ground Zero's gauntlets, whose opponent was now snarling unintelligibly. Got it. Freezer Burn nodded as he reaffixed his eyes on the north, where he could now see many gunmen taking aim at him and his friends. Good luck, everyone. Go! Ground Zero shouted, springing into action as some kind of weird tentacle-like appendage shot out of his chosen enemy's head, though it failed to ensnare him in the process. Once again, the young heroes of UA exploded into action, with ice blasting out in both directions while Acid Queen hurled highly corrosive acid at one of the serpent twins when they tried to extend their blades to stab her and Freezer Burn in the back as he skated away to deal with the other acolytes. He let out a scream of pain, but she had no time to celebrate the fact, having to use her natural and practiced flexibility in order to dodge a blow from the twin. She was able to use the shift in momentum to perform a sweeping split kick that shot acid at both of her opponents. Having seen what was happening to his brother, the second one beat a quick but still close retreat, his yellow eyes glaring at her with hatred while the other nursed his injured appendage, having been forced to revert it back to normal in order to inspect the damage. It wasn't pretty. With that single attack, she had done enough damage to burn away multiple skin layers and eat at the muscles in his fingers so that 3 of them were completely limp, unusable. Seeing the look of surprise and horror on his face, she decided to take advantage of the confusion in the moment to ask, "What are you two doing with Humarise, huh? Their goal is to take out everyone like us, you know." "We have been personally chosen by Flecht," hissed the uninjured brother. "In the days that follow the cleansing of the world, there will be those such as us who reserve to remind humanity that what must never be allowed to rise again, if they are truly to flourish as they once did." "Huh. So you cowards who signed on to avoid being part of the hit list, huh?" Ashley Queen snorted. "Of all the reasons to join these people, that might just be the worst one. If you'd gone about your normal lives, you wouldn't be able to go to jail for the next 80 years after I kick your asses." "We also get to kill a lot of people who get in our way," her enemy said with a decidedly serpentine smile that showed his fangs off a little too well. "And there it is," she muttered, her ears picking up on the sound of something metallic clicking behind her, in the direction from the wounded brother. Without a second of conscious thought, she leaped up and twisted to the side while hurling another glob of searing acid at her enemy, not wanting to give him a chance to get a surprise attack in. Given how effective her acid had been on him last time, she didn't expect that he would be up to taking too many hits from her, especially if she could hit him somewhere it really hurt. Much to her surprise and sudden dread, however, even though her acid made contact and produced the stench of burning bone, the blade she had struck appeared to be only lightly damaged by her efforts. Now there were not just 2, but 6 extendable blades coming out of his arms and back, all of them appearing far harder and sharper than before. One look was enough to tell her that it would only take a single swipe to cut her in half. "Trigger?" she fumed as she noticed the villain's face had become even more snake-like than before. "That's just cheating." "Cheaters or not, when this is all over, we'll be alive and you won't," chortled the more talkative of the brothers, even as he jammed a green syringe into his neck. His face and body immediately began to transform to match his twins as he hissed, "It's as simple as all that, little hero." "Buddy, you have no idea what it takes to kill a hero from my friend group," she replied as she conjured even more acid, allowing it to swallow her entire body until she was coated in her acid avatar. The last guys you tried it had a knockoff all-for-one on their team, but if you think you're a match for guys like them, then bring it on." Thunder crashed across the sky as the 3 of them leaped at one another, done with the warm-up. It was time to begin this contest of wills in earnest. "You filthy animals deserve the dirt!" screamed a Humarise member, brandishing a spear that Huntsman shunted to the side with his shield, followed by a quick slash from his sword that severed the steel head clean off. He followed this with a reverse pommel strike that slammed into his attacker's jaw, knocking them out cold in an instant. "Geez, you'd think that these guys would be out protecting the bomb or trying to stop the heroes from getting to him," he gasped, his muscles and lungs burning as he strove to keep up with his classmates as they continued to repel armed intruders. "I suppose Hikari's challenge was more than a little aggravating to their leader," Axios mused as she put her back to him, took aim at a woman who was menacing Rule, quickly putting 3 bullets, 1 in her leg, the other 2 in her arm. As the other girl waved her hand in apparent thanks, the teenagers had the opportunity to look further up the road, where Crow Branwyn was absolutely demolishing every member that came against him with his monster scythe. Huntsman personally thought that it was like watching Ruby go to work whenever she got really fired up, except that, well, it was weird. Crow's movements were decidedly more sloppy and off-kilter than his niece's, but he somehow struck with far more power, speed, and devastation than even her petal burst quirk allowed. The boy thought the man's own quirk, coupled with a few decades of experience, must have something to do with his effectiveness in battle. But seeing as Crow never let anyone fight too closely alongside him, other than Tai Yang and sometimes his nieces, nobody else had even the slightest clue of what his powers were. All the people knew about Crow Branwyn, for those who did know him, was that he was perpetually drunk, always irritating to have in a room, and terrifying as all hell if you happened to be on the wrong end of his scythe. Long story short, the kids were glad that he was on their side when 24 fresh gunmen dressed in white drove up in a bus. The path to the computer terminal was fairly straightforward, and the guards between them and it were of no consequence to Deku, Cronoa, and Kai, but it would require them to pass through the gathering room for Humarise's most faithful, where his danger sense quirk was warning him of a grave threat that lay in wait. "When we get in there, punch first, ask questions later," he said while keeping his gaze on a rapidly approaching set of massive double doors. "We know Fleckturn has a quirk, but not what it is," Deku replied before he looked over at Cronoa. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about him, would you? Just as Shigaraki stole his quirk before he killed him, but he was stealing so many powers by then it was pretty much impossible to tell which one belonged to each victim. She answered with a negative shake of her head. Whatever his power is, it doesn't matter. We've got 10 minutes to get past him and stop the bombs. You go for the terminal, Kai told her as the door drew near. Once you've done that, come back up, help us kick his ass. The last word was combined with a grunt as he slammed his right foot into one of the doors, sending it flying into the room with enough force that it buried itself in the wall, shattering several bookcases in the process. It also narrowly avoided crashing into a man with shimmering blue skin, dressed in heavy robes. He was instantly recognizable as Fleck Turn, the founder and leader of Humarise, and he looked very displeased as the three teenagers barged into his sanctum. You, he muttered as he leveled a hard glare at Kai, who returned the dark expression with a cheeky smile as a greeting. You have been a barbed thorn in my side this past week, boy. Here I stand at the cusp of... Don't care. Dodge! The last word was shouted to his teammates, even as several pillars in the room suddenly popped out turrets and immediately took aim at them. Lightning erupted in the room as Kai and Kronoa took evasive maneuvers, avoiding injury from the laser bursts that were directed at them, though Deku failed to move at all. Instead of trying to evade the attacks, he simply willed his power to flare harshly, the resulting aura disrupting the trajectory of the projectiles before he swung his fists across his chest in either direction and filling the air with a hailstorm of energy bolts that annihilated not only the incoming blasts, but also the firearms creating them. In spite of the seemingly reckless movements, none of the blasts he unleashed even came close to hitting either of his friends. Some did, however, fly true to slam into Fleck Turn, who took the impact without flinching while Kai's danger sense increased its feeling of foreboding. Guys, I think that may have been a bad... Before he could finish the sentence, blue electricity crackled across Fleck's body before energy blasts of the same color ricocheted back toward Deku, who narrowly dodged the projectiles, though he also failed to emerge from the resulting dust cloud. So that's his power, he said grimly as his purple eyes narrowed with a thought. Seems like it reacts automatically without him needing to do anything. Very astute, boy, the man said as he took a few measured steps forward, shedding the heavy outer robe that he wore as he did. From behind his arms popped out a handful of what looked like reflective lenses attached to spindly robotic arms. You cannot defeat what you cannot strike. I suggest you make your peace now while you can. Energy blasts are one thing, Kai shouted as he used One for All and Float in rapid succession to bound across the room in a rough octagram pattern above their heads so that he could build up a frightening amount of momentum before he shot straight at Fleck Turn while preparing to throw a staggering right hook. Let's see how you handle this! Kenobi, smash! He grinned when his knuckles nearly brushed the man's cheek, but the expression was quickly replaced by one of worry as Danger Sense screamed in his head to get away from him. He managed to use Black Whip to pull himself to the side and disengage just before he was hit by a reflection of the momentum and force he had applied to his enemy. He was still hit, just not with the direct recoil like Fleck had probably expected. Cringing at the bruises already forming on his knuckles, he rolled backward onto his haunches and growled, "Well, that's not great." You held back, his enemy said, sounding almost disappointed by the fact. Where is the might that you displayed so readily in Kanto? The strength you used to weed out the cowardly unfaithful in Humarise? Be glad I did, Kai snorted as he clenched and unclenched his fist to make sure nothing was broken. I almost hit you with that one. Next time, I won't be using the kid gloves. No one can touch me, Fleck replied in kind as a hateful sneer creased his face. No one has ever touched me from the time I was a child. Well, seeing as you've got that attitude and delusion of grandeur, can't really say that I'm surprised. His younger opponent shot back. Who wants to be friends with a lunatic who dreams of Armageddon being the salvation of the world? The blue man gave him a deadpan stare before he rushed forward, his feet not even reaching the ground as he slammed into Kai without touching him, lightning crackling between them as the boy struggled to hold him back with his own strength, but being unable to do so without any way of actually making contact. This ended with him being pinned to the wall as Fleck sought to actively crush him with nothing but the pressure of his own quirk. See, boy, he snarled, I have never known the touch of another person in my entire life. Thanks to this power, like many of the others that you heroes and simple-minded citizens rely upon so easily, I am deprived of the experience that is being human at all. These quirks are not gifts, as society would have you believe. They are curses that must be eradicated if humanity is to ever have a hope of surviving at all. You think that having a quirk in and of itself is a curse? Kai grunted as he strained to be able to work some kind of leverage between him and the oppressive field, keeping him pinned to the wall, with no such luck. In fact, the harder he pushed, the more pressure seemed to increase. Even so, that didn't stop him from growling out, cry me a river! What was that? You heard me just fine! Kai snapped, refusing to concede the struggle just yet. You just took on the mentality that quirks are the problem. Because you didn't want to admit that you could be in the wrong. So you could justify your self-hatred. Blasphemer! Flex shouted as he took another step forward, trying to crush the life out of Kai as his face twisted with hatred. You desecrate our cleansing of your home, and now you speak ill of the very ideals that will secure Earth's future. You got that right, Kai answered through gritted teeth. My quirk used to cause me all kinds of pain. Nearly killed me more than once. But that didn't stop me from living life as a human being. Fixing one eye with hatred on his enemy, he managed to get out. Your outlook is the real problem, and I would have more to say about it if I wasn't running out of air. Then get out of there, a familiar voice called from above, drawing Flex's gaze upward, where he saw Deku perched on one of the banisters, holding 2 large balls of light above his head, one in each hand. Before the blue man could fully realize he had forgotten about the other boy until just now, Black Whip shot out of Kai's right arm and snagged around a pillar to yank him away from his enemy's crushing hold. That's when the light above increased rapidly, the luminance growing so harsh that it was impossible to look at directly. Fleck Turn was forced to shield his eyes on reflex, even as Deku yelled from above. Every quirk has a limit to what it can take, and you've left us with no choice but to go all out. I'll hit you with starlight so intense, your quirk won't be able to reflect it fast enough! Gemini Flash! Pure energy filled the room in a concentrated beam that built up in pressure so rapidly it wasn't 3 seconds before the area completely exploded. Come on. Akadori thought as he wiped a sheen of sweat from his brow with his right hand, while his left continued to clack away at the keyboard on the office space he had set up in the support course lab. Please let this one work. Don't know how many more of these ideas I've got in me. He had left his dorm with the computers running under the supervision of a new, but still somewhat untested, AI program that he had been developing for the school defenses. The school had some rudimentary artificial intelligence that had been implemented into its drones, but as far as the barrier went, the countermeasures had largely relied on facial recognition and reactionary sensors that engaged fully defensive measures. As far as he was concerned, that was not good enough, so he'd immediately set about creating actual counterattack weaponry. One of the first things he had made sure to lay into the program was to prioritize the safety of the students and pro-heroes. So any weapons of the UA barrier targeting the villains would automatically lock up and cease fire anytime one of them came within range. He would have loved to have had more time to fine-tune the parameters, as he had designed some of the weaponry to rival Lady Nagant's precision, though not her range, but he simply didn't have the time, given everything else that he had been working on as of late. Just when he felt his hand starting to cramp viciously due to the overuse of his digits, his monitor flashed green 3 times in quick succession. Holy! The boy jumped up and out of his chair, knocking the furniture over backward and startling one Mei Hatsume. I can't believe the compound actually worked! Hey! She yelped as she nearly dropped an active blowtorch, setting her sleeve on fire in the process. I was just about to finish the prototype mainframe for the... Not important! The boy said with a grin as he turned his bloodshot eyes on May's equally worn visage. Not important! She screamed indignantly. Not important! How dare you call our baby... Okay, it's less important than this for the moment. He cut her off as he pointed at the flashing screen. I did it! I made a counteragent for Trigger that can be aerosolized on a massive scale for when the bombs... Why'd you bother making that in the first place? Hatsume inquired blankly, cutting the other boy off in her own turn. Why would I... Did you not hear about... Some wackadoos trying to kill everyone with a quirk? The girl interrupted again, apparently not noticing the flames crawling up her right arm. Yeah, so what? So what?! I mean, your brother's on the job, right? She said with a shrug, bringing the flames ever closer to her frazzled pink dreadlocks. He's got this. We don't gotta worry. We just gotta work on our baby so that everyone else can do their jobs better than ever. Besides, it seems like it's late to start making that stuff when the bombs go kabloom in like an hour. They go off in 5 minutes, and that kind of complacency leads to our cities getting gassed by terrorists! Akadori growled as he reached for the gauntlet that he kept close to his desk ever since he had first observed the girl at work. Slipping his hand inside, he aimed the armored palm at the girl and unleashed a spray of white foam from it before her hair really did catch fire while growling. What I did just ensures that every superhuman society has a way of countering chemical warfare set aside exclusively for us. Don't mad me when I'm making a... Wait, did you just seriously use the word wackadoos? Ground Zero was in the middle of peppering his opponent with an autocannon barrage when the mountain behind them erupted, a huge blue laser rocketing skyward until it pierced the clouds above in a brilliant flash of power. His eyes widened slightly when he realized that even if the color was off, there could only be one person with a quirk capable of generating so much light in one moment. What the hell is Deku doing? He snarled as he beat back another set of the tentacles that were coming from the villain's head and left hand. He had quickly realized how physically capable his enemy was when he saw him shatter a house-sized boulder with a single swipe after a mistimed blow, and had thus decided he would be better served by keeping his distance. Hopefully they disabled the bombs before they did that, Freezerburn replied over the radio, sounding somewhat stressed for once. I don't think we can prevent their activation without that terminal. I got it done. Cronoa's voice sounded a little flattered, but her signal was coming through relatively clearly. Does anyone copy? I disarmed all the bombs. Even as the conversation carried on, Ground Zero bat his enemy's appendages away with nitro-powered elbow strikes. We copy, Mirtanaster said, sounding relieved. Thank goodness you lacked the same carelessness as your predecessors. I resent that, Kai grumbled. Also, good job, Eri. Will you be back to join us soon? I'm kind of stuck, she admitted. What? Whatever that blast was, it caused a cave-in before I could get out, she explained. I'm all right in the room itself. Seems it was designed to withstand impacts from even nuclear armaments. Problem is, the way out is completely sealed off. Eri, I'm so sorry, Deku panted worriedly. Are you hurt? I'm fine, she hurried to assure him. More importantly, did you guys defeat Fleck Turn? However the conversation went after that, Ground Zero would have to be filled in later. His enemy rushed him with a bestial snarl, ignoring the fire and concussive force that his explosions were generating so that he could swing a full-powered blow at his chest, which he narrowly avoided. Unfortunately, he didn't have quite enough time to also evade the tentacles that shot out of the brute's fingertips, so he quickly found himself being snatched up and then swung downward with enough force to split his skull if he struck the ground. This better work, he thought as he aimed his left palm at the enemy while using his other to pull the pin on his heavy gauntlet. The instant that he had, one of the hexes the Mirtanaster had placed on his gauntlet flared pure white, and instead of a huge blast of fire rushing out of the grenade-like armament, a miniature hailstorm of ice pelted his enemy, sticking into his flesh and cutting through the tentacles that had ensnared him. Working his way free with an explosion that changed his direction at the last second to avoid getting slammed on the ground, he landed on his feet and left hand, even as he aimed his right palm at his skewered enemy while another one of the hexes glowed yellow. The next instant, the frozen shards shone with a similar color before they all detonated, lighting up the stormy mountainside with an ominous glow as the beast-like villain roared in pain and rage. Ground Zero watched this with a confident smirk, satisfied the combination of his power and Mirtanaster's hexes had produced the exact desired effect they had been working to achieve. That smile was gone as soon as the villain let out another roar and charged out of the smoke, burned and bleeding, but still unwilling to concede the fight is lost. Stupid villain! Ground Zero snarled as he took to the air again. Stay down if you know what's good for you, damn it! Remember, restraint is the better choice when other heroes may be present, save in the event there is no other option left to you. A figure cloaked in red gave vent to a soft snort of derision before touching the earpiece that had delivered his employer's words so that he could respond. You've got cleanup crews, don't you? Not to mention that memories can be altered, if not replaced. True enough in your case, but even so, questions can linger in the minds of those whose thoughts tend to wander, came the reply, leading the shrouded figure to shrug his slim shoulders as he observed the approaching train with a practiced eye. Fine, he muttered as he sensed the movements of those traveling with his intended target. But if the other heroes end up dead because you ordered me to hold back, that's on you. I doubt it will come to that, given all of your assurances concerning your skills and capabilities. The pale figure's mouth curved into a slight smile as he drew a scarlet blade from within the crimson cloak, holding it aloft as he prepared to take the leap out onto the rapidly moving train. You got me there. He chuckled before tapping at the communicator with his free hand, followed immediately by a leap that transformed into a roll as he slid across the roof of the car containing the bomb set to end every superhuman life in the vicinity. Guess I better be ready to deliver. Just as he had predicted, the roof of the train car was soon swarming with Humarise members armed with rifles and quirks, none of which posed a tremendous threat to him. Eyes burning silver and sword at the ready, the cloaked young man known only as Shadow bared his teeth in a savage approximation of a smile before borderline growling, "This all you got?" "Do not mock us," snapped a robed acolyte, whose hands were decorated with red sparks of lightning. "This battle is for the salvation of humanity, and you will treat it as such." "Battle? This isn't going to be a battle, you damn quark Nazi." The red swordsman sneered in reply, even as the man's hands were suddenly snapped backward by an invisible force at the elbows with enough ferocity to splinter the bones. "This is pest control." Did we get him? Kai asked Deku in response to Cronoa's question as he looked around at the destroyed landscape that had once been a cave in the mountaintop. Everything that had been in the room was nothing but smoke, save for the two boys. Deku's new ultimate move had looked as though it was going to overwhelm Fleck Turn for a split second, but as soon as he had stopped pouring energy into the attack, Kai's danger sense nearly had him soiling his pants. Humarise's leader had sent the attack right back at its caster. The only reason Deku hadn't been vaporized was because they had both retaliated against the returned lasers. This had caused the energy to build up in the room and then explode outward instead of a singular direction, resulting in the volcano-like destruction around them. I doubt it, the green-themed hero replied as he clambered over a loose pile of rubble to stand next to Kai, who had just gotten to his feet. If we had, his quirk wouldn't have pushed back like this. So then where'd he go? Kai muttered as he looked around the destroyed mountaintop. The rain had stopped falling in the immediate vicinity for a moment due to the explosion, but now it was beginning to return, obscuring their vision as the two heroes sought their enemy. Danger sense was telling him that Fleck Turn was still somewhere nearby, but it seemed that unless he had a mind to directly attack them, he would not be able to pinpoint his location. There was a sound of mechanical breathing, and the two boys whirled around to see the blue man glaring at them from around a jagged boulder, while he dropped what looked like an inhaler away from his face. You will both pay for your trespasses against the true humanity, Fleck Turn hissed angrily. So long as there remains a single quirk in this world, I will not rest. The time of heroes and villains destroying this world must come to an end, before it's too late. As he spoke, the air around him shuddered while the ground began to tremble, loose rocks hurrying away from his presence as he began to levitate until he was above them. Still beating that dead horse, Kai deadpanned, refusing to be intimidated by the cult leader, even if his already problematic quirk had just received an insane power boost. It's over, Fleck. Your bombs have been disabled thanks to Eddie's soul. The blue man regarded him coldly before he looked down at something on his wrist and replied, Have they now? You're certain of that? The way he said it gave Deku and Kai pause, leading them to look at one another before the guardian hero tapped his scouter and said, Eri, come in. I heard the whole thing, she said before he could ask anything. His stomach dropped when she added, Oh no. The countdown is still on. The kill switch program has been loaded, but the broadcast was interrupted by the blast you two caused. The comm relays are damaged. They need a clear signal before it can be uploaded across the world. Which we have less than 4 minutes to do, Kai muttered, his face going pale. How do we clear the signal? You two figure something out. I'll keep him busy, Deku told his friends before he rushed at Fleck Turn. I can still broadcast the kill switch from down here, but there's too much rock in the way to allow the signal through, Kunoa answered as one of Deku's reflected blasts neared Kai, only for him to bat it away with his bare hand. If I had a clear line to the open air, can't you just tunnel your way out through the mountain with one for all? Her predecessor inquired while Deku continued to hurl numerous energon blasts at their enemy, who had continued to rise higher in the air and subsequently dodging the return shots. I can't risk any rubble falling down and damaging the equipment in the process, she replied. If I were able to clear the rocks above me in one blow, it could work. But I can't do that if Fleck is right above me. He was about to ask why that was, but then it hit him. If the rocks and wind pressure hit him, he'll just reflect it back at you and the computers, he realized aloud. So we need to get him to move, and we can't even touch him. Kai, you have to find a way, Kunoa urged him. We only have 3 minutes until these bombs go off, and more than half the people in the world, not to mention every hero who's gone out to stop them, will die. And it's time for a lesson in heroics, Eri, Kai said as he glared at Fleck Turn, who was still apparently preoccupied with keeping Deku at bay from within his quirk's protective barrier. Black lightning shot up into the sky as he leaped high, thunder crashing in his wake as he roared, If we can't find a way, then we make one! Have we got enough stored up, Third? He asked silently. More than that. He felt the vestige murmur in his mind. In fact, I'd be careful not to go overboard with it. Move too fast, you might end up as a splat mark on the mountainside. Duly noted. The boy acknowledged, though the preparations he was executing didn't fill the older incarnation with much confidence, that their heir was taking his warning seriously. He could feel their collective trepidation at the thought of him using a new quirk that he had only just learned the mechanics of, but now it was too late to change his mind. One for all, Kai added silently as he set aside the uneasiness that the others were generating, while his white hair stirred atop his head. His veins tingled and burned with anticipation. 50%! Kai saw the action he had taken and started to ask, Kurai, what are you... Fudge in! First strike! Kai bellowed, drawing Fleck's gaze upward just in time for the Guardian hero to punch the air so that a cannon blast of wind slammed into his back, only for the slipstream to be scattered in multiple directions by the man's amplified quirk. Humarise's leader turned to give the young hero another disdainful look, but he was somewhat startled when Kai was not where he was supposed to be. Second strike! Before the winds from the first blow had even started to die down, another wind blast laced with dark thunder slammed into Fleck turn from Kai's boot at a perpendicular angle, catching the cult leader up in a cross stream of weaponized air pressure. Fleck grunted with irritation, but he held his quirk back for the moment, allowing the kinetic force assaulting him to continue building up in power so that he would be ready to flatten these irritating heroes the second Kai slowed down. His suit's mirrors angled toward his body, further intensifying the pressure that he was preparing to release, until one of them bent further than it should have and snapped clean off. His eyes widened in surprise, but he had almost no time to fully process the implications of this development because Kai's voice accompanied yet another aerial attack. Even faster than the last two strikes, the hero vanished and reappeared in yet another space while shouting, "Third strike!" Now the winds were positively shrieking in distress as they whirled and collided around Fleck turn from every direction, preventing him from making any kind of movement whatsoever. By warning of some unknown instinct, Fleck turned his gaze upward just in time to see a black and white blur hurtling toward him like a lightning bolt from on high. "Fourth strike!" Kai roared as he threw the hardest jab he could, his fist stopping less than a centimeter away from his enemy's face. "Grievous Barrage!" Fajin on its own was not an incredibly oppressive ability, as it merely stored up the potential energy of repeated motions in order to be released in sudden bursts of speed and power at the user's choosing. Using it allowed one to magnify their physical capabilities temporarily, but it could only work based off the person's natural strengths, unless a quirk like One for All was adding to that person's base power. The ability to essentially double, or even triple if enough potential energy was stockpiled, the velocity and impetus properties of punches that All Might would have envied, made Kai's ultimate move capable of shaking the earth for nearly 100 kilometers. And that was without even making direct contact with the ground, or suffering any of the physical backlash that normally came with One for All's full force. Even so, avoiding self-injury in this case wasn't the only way that the quirk's recoil could harm him. His enemies still hadn't gone down. In the same instant that Fleck began to unleash the potential energy he'd been storing up, there was a flash of yellow light from below that heralded the arrival of Deku. He mirrored Kai's final movements and lashed out with every ounce of his awakened power, pinning the blue man between the two of their fists while the pressure in the air fluxed violently. Their furious displays of power collided in a single point with Fleck turn as the epicenter, while his quirk forced an identical strength back at them in a series of implosions and explosions that the five senses could barely keep track of. The final result was another earth-shaking blast that tore a hole clean through the clouds above, scattering the rain far and wide away from the mountain where veritable titans had chosen to do battle. Acid Queen hissed as her vision swam in and out of focus while she glared at the two serpent villains, both of whom were giggling and hopping around with her with glee as they moved in for the kill from different angles. The blades sprouting from their bodies had some burn marks on them, but nothing that could be called crippling, while her own body was losing blood rapidly from several lighter cuts and 3 deep gash marks that had been carved out of her neck and the right side of her abdomen. It was all she had been able to do to keep dodging their attacks, given that the earlier rain had made it all but impossible to maintain her acid avatar, which had been pretty much her only defensive measure against the twin freaks. Now the rain was gone, she could more easily conjure it again, but she also knew it wouldn't be enough to stop their crazed bloodlust, especially in their drug-addled state. Only one way out, she thought sluggishly as her dark eyes narrowed and her fingertips began to burn fiercely. These wounds wouldn't stop Kurdai, so they have no business stopping me. The sudden spike of pain was enough to sharpen her senses just in time for her to slide under the first twin's latest attack and move in closer, inside the sweeping range of the extendable blade, even as her fingers trailed little strings of acid, each one no thicker than a strand of her hair. Before she could close the distance, the ground beneath groaned and rippled, some unseen force disturbing the soil down to the bedrock that had remained untouched for millennia. The two serpentine villains let out cries of surprise before using their blades to lash at the boulders that were erupting from beneath their feet and threatening to crush them where they stood, while Acid Queen's feet carved gouges in the tremoring earth as she continued her mad rush to finish the job, having realized that if she didn't press the attack now, her blood loss would rob her of any more chances. So in spite of the roiling dirt and stones beneath her legs, she rocketed forward using the flying debris to obscure her movements until one of the insane twins was just within her attack's reach. Her target hardly had time to notice that her fingertips were bleeding before she growled, "Ultimate move. Rough silk!" Then she was a blur, springing off a boulder that had erupted from deep within the ground, slamming her boot into his stomach while she wove her fingers in an almost intricate pattern behind her body so that threads of acid fell across the blades that had been chasing her until now. There was a half second where comprehension did not register with what had happened to the villain, but Acid Queen wasn't going to wait around for him to figure it out. Leaving him where he had been thrown on the now settling ground by her strike, she spun toward the older brother, keeping track of his advance while he resumed his insane, high-pitched cackling. That laughter was cut off by a piercing scream that came out of the mouth of the first villain as he looked at the ground in front of him, where the 6 blades and portions of flesh attached to them that had once been part of his body lay in pieces, the putrid smell of acid and burning human meat filling the air in place of the earlier falling rain. The worst of these wounds were deep gash marks trailing along the back of his neck that told even a casual viewer that the odds of the villain ever being able to move anything below his neckline were slim indeed. The sight and sound were so unsettling and unexpected to his brother that it wasn't until Acid Queen was less than 2 feet away from him, bloodied fingers still trailing the shockingly potent acid, that he realized he was about to be next. "Tell me, heroes," Fleck turned said as he looked down on the 2 struggling boys, who were roughly each a few inches beneath his feet, their battered bodies pinned down flat on the ruined ground by the amplified force of his triggered quirk. How all the mirrors on his suit had been destroyed, but it no longer mattered. The end of their world was finally at hand, and he could revel in his accomplishment. How does it feel to be proven wrong? To feel so desperately that your cause is the true and just one, only to have it revealed as nothing more than a fabricated series of lies, implemented by those who wish to maintain the current status quo. To know that you were doomed to lose from the very beginning. I don't know. Kai grunted as he craned his neck painfully to look up at their captor with great defiance, while Deku strained against the automatic reflective barrier. But I hope I'll remember to ask you in about 30 seconds. He was out of stored power from Fajin, and even if he'd been able to use any, his brain was still somewhat scrambled by the speed he had utilized, as well as the impact from the backlash of his enemy's quirk. Insolent boy! Fleck raged as he shifted his weight to press down harder on the mouthy teenager. You are beaten! Your ideals are lost. All of your efforts are worthless. The very powers you have relied on your entire life have failed you and doomed the rest of your kind to extinction. How dare you act as though you have any semblance of control? Grovel, submit, beg for mercy, act like the stupid child you are. Kai isn't just some kid. Deku raged as he flexed his sore muscles even harder. His hair had started to fade back to a darker green, but now it flared back up with a yellow hue. He is the greatest hero in the world who lives today. His declaration drew the surprised attention of his peer, even as his body began to glow fiercely once more. Kai is the hero who saves everyone, even other heroes. He stands his ground against villains like you, no matter the cost. Before Fleck Turn could tell him to shut up, the ground behind them ruptured, throwing hundreds of tons of rock in every direction as wind and lightning screamed from within the mountain, almost like a volcano that spewed aerokinetic force instead of lava. From within that swirling maelstrom, Cronoa emerged, her eyes blazing and her horn glowing fiercely as she stared at the cult leader with a mighty rage. Kai's ideals are not in vain, old man, she said in a menacing tone as she touched down on the ground, just outside the range of their enemy's quirk. Thanks to all the explosions that he and Deku have been using your quirk to create, I was able to clear the path from below with a single strike. Which means that Eddie Soul's virus has been uploaded worldwide, with a whole 6 seconds to spare. Brothers, sisters, called one of the Humarise acolytes currently being held up from the ground by a wickedly smiling Magnild, even as Axios drew back her shield as if to throw it at the dangling target. This did not stop the cultists from shouting, "The baptism is upon us!" Even in spite of the maddened flow of battle that left little room for thoughts concerning anything outside the conflict, the declaration was enough to give all the student heroes pause for the briefest moment. All the Humarise members who were present and still capable of fighting turned their heads toward the southwest, many of their masked faces failing to contain the glee that they felt in knowing their salvation was at hand. Some even raised their hands up toward the heavens, as if expecting to see the face of God himself revealed in the clouds of green smoke that were sure to erupt any second. Except... did we miss something? Welder asked of no one in particular. Kinda expected a bigger bang. What happened? Asked one of the acolytes currently pinned underneath Huntsman's boot and sword. There was panic in his voice, which was all the students needed in the way of confirmation for their half-formed suspicions. The bombs failed, Tempest said with an uncharacteristically bright grin that he directed at his teammates. Kai's team. They did it. All right! Magnhild cheered, casually tossing her victim 20 meters into the air, having seemingly forgotten about him in the process. As the Humarise members began to cry out in despair at the knowledge of their failed plans, she added, Score another one for the good guys! Nora, catch him! Why? All Might and Goodwitch looked at one another in a moment of stunned disbelief before a pair of broad smiles creased their faces, even as the room around them erupted into cheers of celebration and acclaim for the young heroes who had managed to save the world. In a single second, every one of the Ideotrigger bombs that had been detected across the globe had been deactivated. Already, reports were coming in from their agents in the field that the devices appeared to have been remotely shut down and no longer presented an immediate threat. I suppose you did well this time, the blonde woman said as she adjusted her glasses so that she could peer more clearly at the former number one hero. All Might's smile became more sheepish as he rubbed at the back of his neck while saying, I wasn't able to do much more than have faith that young Midoriya and young Hikari would be able to carry the day. Ozpin has told me more than once that the mark of a true teacher is not in how you aid your students while they are under your wing, but in knowing when the time is to step back and trust that you've taught them what they will need to know. She replied, maintaining her smile as she did. Your students did well, All Might. You should be proud. Thanks, Glinda. That's Professor Goodwitch to you. Right, sorry. Ground Zero was everywhere at once as his enemy swung every tentacle it had left in its arsenal in a mad rush, enraged that for all the blows it had landed on him, the stubborn hero would not give in and perish like he should have the second they came into contact. Likewise, the explosive hero was furious that something so dumb and so reliant on drugs to enhance its strength wouldn't accept its weakness and concede the fight as long since lost. I told you to die minutes ago! He snarled as he positioned himself directly overhead, his palms facing one another, even as the last two hexes that Mirtanaster had gifted him freed themselves of his gauntlet and positioned themselves so they were between him and his quarry. The villain fixed its demonic yellow eyes on him as the hexes glowed alternating shades of black and orange. You should have stayed down when I told you, the explosive hero said as a familiar manic gleam entered his swollen, bloodied eyes. I really didn't want to have to resort to this move, but now you're not just going to die. I'm going to erase you from this entire freaking timeline! AP shot! The air between his gloves blazed with an unbearable heat and light before he aimed both palms at the suspended hexes while he screamed, Railgun! A single beam of fire erupted from his hands and struck the first hex, intensifying the temperature before sending it down to collide with the second sigil, which amplified the impetus properties of the attack so that when it finally collided with the drug-enhanced acolyte of Humarise, the resulting explosion ripped away most of his skin and all but shattered his upper skeletal structure. Ground Zero hit the dirt and rolled a few times to divert his momentum before coming to a stop with his hands aimed at the glowing crater that had come about as a result of his last attack. He had to wait a few seconds, but at long last, the beast-like villain emerged from the resulting smoke and scorched ground while letting out a wheezing groan and collapsing on the ground, unarguably defeated. Not long after that, Mirtanaster trudged up the new rise that had come about after an explosion rocked the mountain range all around them, cracked sword in hand, and bleeding arm held against her side, but unwilling to stop until she could stand next to the hunched-over hero, who was wearing a slightly demented grin as he continued to watch his opponent for any signs of movement. Is he down? She panted once she had come to a stop. Yeah, Ground Zero nodded as he lowered his hands and used one to staunch the flow of blood that he had been streaming from a stab wound in his right leg for some minutes now. Yeah, he's toast. Mirtanaster nodded silently a few times before she told him. Todoroki confirmed that the area is free of hostiles. Apparently Ashido beat those creepy twins, but she'll need an airlift to a hospital ASAP. He's already done first aid and called All Might, so the Alliance is sending reinforcements from his father's agency since they're closest. Sounds about right for Saiyaman's sidekick. The bloody teenager smirked as he finally sat back on his haunches, no longer possessing the strength to stand on his own. The regal heroine eyed him critically before she started to ask him, So would you like to inform Hikari that your finishing move was inspired by his Kamehameha, or should I... All right! Ground Zero scowled while turning away. Ashido kicked ass. You happy now? I would be more so if you could clean up your vernacular, but I've rather given up hope on that particular wish, she replied with a slightly superior smirk of her own. You good, Eraser? Vlad King inquired as he regarded his coworker, who was blinking rapidly as he lowered an eyedropper from over his head. Fine. How are your kids? Finished blinking, the haggard-looking hero looked over the other man's shoulder as he posed the question. The The silver-haired man chuckled as he turned to look over his Class B students, who were in the process of either dragging the unconscious bodies of their enemies into one gathering, or else forcing the last of those still awake to their knees. His smile widened as one of the acolytes started to mouth off to Rocket, but immediately cowered when Magnild appeared behind the horned girl to silently menace him with a raised warhammer. "Better than great," he replied, "and last I checked they accounted for twice as many villains as yours did." He aimed his grin back at Eraserhead, only to be thoroughly disconcerted by the sight of the man smiling evilly at him. "Only twice as many, huh?" he said in a dry voice that was also somehow dripping with condescension. "That's funny, considering how you had more than twice as many students to help you." Vlad King did a quick series of mental arithmetic calculations, then set his face into one of the deepest scowls he'd ever given. "Class B!" he barked as he moved to unleash his blood crystals and bind the last of the villains in place. "As soon as this rabble is on its way out, we're doubling down on your time in Gym Gamma." "What? Why? We just took out a terrorist squad, Mr. Khan." "And you'll be able to take out 1,000 by the time I'm done with you." "Yeah!" Magnild cheered, her threatening persona gone as she turned to face her horror-stricken classmates. "We can't expect to save the world without Thunder Thighs, can we?" Everyone else, Vlad King included, turned to look at the girl with no small measure of incredulity. "Valkyrie, that's kind of a derogatory term, isn't it?" Spiral asked as he regarded her with an air of someone questioning his neighbor's sanity. The orange-haired girl's response was to lift up her right leg and then slam her heel down on the back of one of the Humarise members that was trying to cut her way out of the blood prison with a small flame from her fingertips, producing a loud shattering sound as the bindings crumbled and a pitiable wheeze from her victim, who promptly passed out. Locking eyes with the paling Spiral, she then replied, "You tell me." There was 3 seconds of silence before Vlad King announced, "Valkyrie's running drills in PE starting Monday." Even Axios let out a groan of despair as Magnild began to crackle like a woman possessed. "You've cost me a number of setbacks, I admit that," Fleck growled as he alternated his glaring between Cronoa and her two comrades. "But the bombs are still in place. I still have operatives who can detonate them manually. Men and women who would gladly give their life for the cause of salvation. If you're really so stupid as to believe the heroes wouldn't have found all your bombs by now, you had no business setting yourself against us." Cronoa shot back, lightning stirring her hair up over her head as her eyes and horn glowed ominously. "It's over, Fleck. We stopped your bombs, and all that's left is to stop you. We're going to destroy your filthy cult right here, right now, and unlike the way you operate, we're going to do it personally." Fleck shifted his stance to better prepare for the attack he knew was incoming, but in doing so, he diverted his attention away from Deku and Kai, who both took the opportunity to get out from underneath his barrier and power their quirks back up to maximum. A nimbus of light and dark thunder surrounded the Humarise leader, while the remnants of the mountaintop glowed like a star, even in the broad daylight under which they stood. From within this maelstrom, Kai called out, "You're so hell-bent on returning the world to a time that you've idolized? A time that had just as many problems as the one around us now. Quirks aren't the scourge, Fleck. People like you are. You think you've won, but you cannot defeat me if you cannot touch me." Fleck shouted, but he looked less sure of that statement than the last time he had uttered it. Even now, he himself still had yet to be struck, but they had gotten close enough to damage his support gear. If he didn't plan his next move carefully, things could... "You've barely been holding 2 of us back, even with your stupid cheat code of a drug." Kai snorted as he assumed a ready stance, bringing Fleck's distracted attention back to him. "How do you think you're going to do when you're up against the 3 Musketeers of Japan?" His onyx eyes were gleaming brightly, and his white hair had come to stand on end while his entire body radiated black lightning, an omen of unparalleled power come to fall on this maddened transgressor. "For real heroes, it's not about beating who's ever in your way." Cronoa growled in a very Bakugo-like fashion, her own hair stirring upward in the raging winds and bio-lightning yet to be unleashed. "We fight to protect that which can still be saved, which is why we will defeat you!" Deku shouted, his eyes raging with a violent flame. "Ah!" The air around him burned with starlight, obscuring him from view. Cronoa didn't give the villain an opportunity to respond again. With an ear-splitting thunderclap, she launched herself at him, aiming her fist at his midsection. Less than an instant later, Kai landed a vicious kick that was stopped a mere finger's breadth from the small of Fleck's back, followed by Deku striking from above with a fist enshrouded in yellow starlight. Before he could even have his quirk repel them, the 3 disengaged and flew about to strike from 3 different angles, somehow with more force than the last blows they had dealt. They broke off and did it again, and 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 again, until he could no longer make out his surroundings through the myriad of different lights that they were casting off from the strength of their blows. To overcome the crisis in front of us by giving everything we've got, Deku shouted as his latest strike singed the enemy's hair. And saving people, no matter the cost to us! Kai roared, black lightning sizzling as it touched upon Fleck's skin, or the boy's fist brushed against his cheek, causing his eyes to widen as the skin split from the contact. That's what makes us heroes! Cronoa cried as her boot made solid contact, sending him reeling from the blow to his left kidney. For the first time in his memory, Fleck turned was terrified as he realized that there was a power that existed capable of outright overwhelming his own cursed meta ability. All of you, be gone! He shouted at them, forcing his quirk to release every ounce of the kinetic force he had been absorbing. He didn't care that such a blast would wipe out everything in the base that hadn't already been annihilated. It didn't bother him that he would basically have to restart Humarise from scratch. As long as he killed these horrifically powerful heroes and made his escape, he could begin anew. Unfortunately for him, the three young champions were more than ready for the final push against Humarise. Trifecta! Cronoa growled as she crouched by the lip of the ruined mountainside. United! Deku seethed while preparing to leap from the rim opposite to her. States of world! Kai had snarled as he flew down from above. Smash! All three of their most powerful strikes collided simultaneously with Fleck turn in the middle. Within less than 2 seconds, his quirk gave out and allowed the blows to land so that the lightning and starlight surged into him, sending his mind into a dark oblivion before he could even feel the impacts on his body. Thus, he also missed the monstrous tornado that sprang up from the point of impact, tearing the mountain apart, laying it open down to its very foundations. Rocks the size of city blocks were tossed far and wide, crashing into the surrounding terrain, even going so far as to be hurled into the sea. It took everything that Mirtanaster and Freezerburn had left in them to shield their comrades from the devastation, as Ground Zero and Ashy Queen were too busy to keep fighting. That didn't stop the bombing hero from trying, but a warning glare from the Regal heroine actually saw to him giving vent to one curse before ducking back under the shelter the two ice wielders had managed to erect from them. This is just like Nabu Island all over again, Freezerburn grunted as he focused on using his left side to keep them warm, while also aiding Mirtanaster in working to lower the temperature of the ice above them so that anything coming into contact would have its integrity comprised by the sub-zero conditions. She wasn't as good at temperature regulation as he was, but she also lacked the power that would keep them all from freezing to death, so he had no choice but to divide his attention and trust that she could take up the slack on his behalf. Last time it was just 2 of those walking powerhouses we call our friends, the pale girl responded with a yelp after a boulder hit their shield, though it promptly froze and broke apart on contact. Now we have 3 forces of nature on the battlefield? This is much worse. Ground Zero chortled weakly as he looked around at the destruction that had been wrought. Nah, this is way better than last time. Before Ground Zero could berate him, he added, This time Kai walks away with his life, not just a win. I said it's a victory for all of us. When he put it like that, there wasn't a whole lot that his classmates could say to correct his line of thinking. Akudori and Hatsume were nearly in each other's faces when the boy's phone began to ring with the tone, A phone call is here! A phone call is here! A phone call is... Time out, Akudori said as he held up a hand to Hatsume's face. The girl immediately paused mid-rant with a crescent wrench in hand as she watched him snatch up the phone and accept the call. Got good news, he said to the person on the other end, with a confident grin as he turned toward his computer. Just finished it. The boy froze mid-sentence, his smile suddenly becoming far more mask-like in conduct. Say again, he inquired in a borderline sinister tone that sent a shiver down Hatsume's spine in a way that Power Loader never could. There was a brief pause before Akudori let out a sharp giggle, followed by the words, That's hilarious. I could have just sworn I heard you saying that you didn't need my anti-trigger compound not 5 minutes after I finished completing it. But that can't be right, can it? Because, I've slept maybe 20 hours in the last week. Hatsume felt a cold sweat drop slide down the back of her neck as Akudori's aura became positively murderous. This sentiment was confirmed when he suddenly screamed, I will rip your government facilities to pieces and add your screams of despair to my thrice-damn Spotify list while I do it! I'll mount your dog's head on a pike and wear its skin like my mom's pashmina! Hatsume felt her mouth begin to go dry as Akari snatched up his sonic disruptor glove while he went on to rage, "I would rock that look and you know it!" It took almost a full minute for the freak tornado to finally settle down, and for things to stop flying about as a result. Amid the ruins of the once hidden mountain base, 4 figures were strewn about on the ground, one of them practically comatose, and the other 3 battered from head to toe. "So," Izuku groaned out from where he lay, "who wants to tell the Alliance why Otheon's mountain range got a major remodeling?" "I vote you," Kurai grunted. "Why?" "Otheon already doesn't like you," he said with a pained grin as he forced himself into a sitting position. "Not like we can lower their opinion of you any more than it already is." "I could get back in their good graces if I'm able to tell them that we saved the world, though," Izuku protested. "You tell them. I saved your ass at the border. You still owe me one." Kurai tossed back cheerfully. "You take it. You threw me through a window. You still owe me for that." "My vestige made me do it." "No one's buying that and you know it." Azari lay quietly on her back, staring up at the clear sky. A little smile worked its way across her face as she listened to them bickering in a friendly manner. It was a new sound to her ears, this competitive speech mixed with laughter and good cheer. In her future, almost every argument that had taken place was in earnest, not for entertainment among friends. The sound of it brought joyful tears to her eyes as she closed them and thought, "I did it, Akari. It took a while, but I managed to bring your brother back, not just to life, but to himself. Thank you for giving me the chance." Even as she had the thought, she drifted off to sleep, having been worn down by the tumultuous events of the day. Somewhere, miles away from the side of the battlefield, a very shaky roadie peeked his head out of the hiding place he had managed to find, both his and Pino's eyes wide as saucers as they took in the destroyed landscape around them. "Man, Midoriya could have killed me when I ran from him the first time," he breathed as he forced his wobbly legs to work. "I need to seriously reevaluate my criteria when I go looking for work. Heroes are insane." Pino could only squawk in agreement as they started making their way toward the now quiet battlefield. "Sorry, why can't young Hikari come to the phone?" Mei Hatsume cringed as she heard another blast coming from up the hall in the support lab, along with the tremors on the floor that confirmed something else of a mechanical nature had just met a messy fate. "I think he's going through something, I don't know," she answered uncertainly. She heard a number of words coming out of the same room, though she had no idea what they meant. She thought that he might be speaking in German, but it was also probable that it was nothing worth repeating to the teacher, who had just called to check in on the young boy. "He got a call that said he could stop working on the anti-trigger stuff or whatever that was, and then he started yelling stuff I don't understand while he walked around throwing random stuff, and now there's explosions in the lab. And I mean like way more explosions than when I'm trying to get my babies to work." "Oh dear," All Might said on the other end. Has anyone been injured?" "Well, I was the only other person in the lab, and he kicked me out right after he started yelling, which was pretty rude if you ask me. But I think this might actually be the first time I don't want to be in the lab." There was another louder explosion that shook the windows before she said, "Yeah, he's scary when he hasn't slept in 3 days." "Ask me to work overtime for a global emergency. Tell me my work isn't needed again. See what happens!" May's ears picked up on the first intelligible phrase the boy had uttered in the last few minutes. After that, her earlier thoughts about words that didn't need repeating turned out to be surprisingly accurate. "He's really mad," she reiterated to the teacher. "Mr. Powerloader may not have a lab by the time he's done." "Can't you stop him?" "Mr. Powerloader said I wasn't allowed to test my babies on people without getting their permission first." There was a brief moment of silence on the other end before All Might sighed heavily and said, "Miss Hatsume, this one time I am clearing you to incapacitate young Hikari, and I don't want him suffering any permanent injuries. Can you do that?" "Permanent injuries?" May grinned devilishly. "Sure. Permanent marks? No guarantees." Miss Hatsume, boom! "What was that?" "I think it was one of the 3D printers." "No permanent injuries, all right?" "Cross my heart, hope to die." May cackled before she hung up Akari's phone and put it in her pocket. From her other pocket, she pulled out what looked like a classic Western revolver. "All right, Mr. Grumpy Lab Hog," she giggled as she stalked closer to the damaged door, where smoke was pouring out from inside. "You are getting very sleepy."
Never took the backseat or wonder what's a dream without a goal to conquer. Just a painful reminder. I have seen for miles how the river only bends and the two sides meet again. Put your head to bed, or you'll never see the end. Be the one they choose to follow. Would you run towards your bed?
All right, so you normally don't follow too much on the action chapters. But
Yeah.
was this one okay for you?
So for me, you're not gonna. I hate opening like this, but for me, I struggled with how little Kai struggled with the quirk.
Okay.
Because, and hear me out on this, typically he does pretty well and he's thinking through struggles, but typically he's been training constantly and in the field constantly, right? At this point, he's been hospitalized for a hot minute. He's been dead and he's been like hyper traumatized, and now he has a brand new quirk. And he hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities to train with said quirk. And yes, I know he's got the vestiges coaching him.
He's got his vestige coaching him. That's the important part.
So to what extent is his vestige taking over right now? Because I have a really hard time, and I feel like a lot of readers will have a really hard time buying that he's just naturally using one for all out of the blue like this.
I'm gonna make two arguments against that. The first is that Vestige Kudai can basically act as an aimbot.
Okay.
That's part of it. The other part of it is that when All Might first got the quirk, he adapted it to instantly. Like, he just knew immediately how to go with it. And that was
Because he's
without
athletic.
wasn't just that he was athletic. He just had the judgment, he had the instincts, he had the whole thing going for him. Kudai may have not been born with all those stuff, but he has trained to achieve them. His body is incredibly tough because of the way that it's had to handle Energon. Physically, like, using 100%, like, at the end of the chapter there, he's definitely messed up. Like, not as bad as Deku, but he's, like, got some cracked bones and stuff happening.
Because in my headcanon, I would just want to believe that it's his vestige doing the heavy lifting, because it's just hard for me to buy.
He's helping him to kind of work with the secondary quirks. Because remember, like, Kudai's a physical fight. Like, he used to be able to throw lasers and stuff. Now he throws lightning bolts. But he was very largely a hand-to-hand combat person.
Yeah, but all in one go in one day. Like, we watched Deku gradually over the course of weeks being trained to use each additional quirk. And he has mistakes and he struggles and he's having to learn from his mistakes. And this is like a long progression of time. And I feel like, I can watch the X Games all day long. But if I've only ever been sledding, even if I'm very athletic and good at sledding, I'm not going to automatically be able to score perfect score on the half pipe with a snowboard.
Yeah.
You're in this is like the equivalent of having a new body.
It's different when you're learning to fight. And I speak from experience saying that, because you know me. I trained in 2 different martial arts for 20 years. And recently, just as of last year, I'm having to transition into another one. And there are things that I recognize. There are things that are very easy for me to assimilate into my own style again. Because they're similar. They're not exactly the same. I do still struggle with it from time to time, but it is similar enough that I can fairly easily adapt it.
Okay.
The other thing, so again, like I said, Vestige Kudai is essentially helping him with the secondary quirks. So like Fajin, Black Whip, Smokescreen. He's helping him with that. He's been coaching him through how to use these things. The other, sorry.
But it's like, again...
Let me put it this way. If he'd had Energon and Deku had one for all, like they hadn't swapped quirks, that fight would have been over way faster.
That's true.
Fleckturn would have never would have even had a chance to use the inhaler that had the trigger gas.
Because the power scaling's so different at this point.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. I still struggle, but because I just feel like there would have been I understand there was a little fumbling, but I feel like there would have been way more fumbling. Because by the same token, it's not with combat, so I guess it's different. But like as a dancer, like. I'm a flamenco dancer, so tap is pretty easy to pick up, and some of the like Irish folk dancing is pretty easy to pick up, and even folklorico. But when I struggle with ballet, but if you ask me to do like jazz or lyrical, that's where I'm gonna start struggling, because they're gonna get more and more different. And it's like if you all of a sudden stick me in point shoes and I'm not a ballerina, I'm going to freaking break my legs
Okay.
because my muscles are developed
developed that
completely different way. My brain is wired to move in a certain way. And there are some things in flamenco that are very similar to classical ballet. But again, I'm a Gitano flamenco is very different from classical flamenco. But sorry, I'm digressing. But that's, you're used to wearing a football uniform and all of a sudden you're playing hockey. That's how it feels to me.
Okay.
And so I guess since you're a martial artist, it makes sense to you. But I mean, I feel like it's like we're all of a sudden wearing a different body while you're trying to fight, and he hasn't had that much time to adjust.
Yeah.
So
I mean, again, his vestige is essentially an aimbot for this.
Yeah. So.
But
Anyway, sorry to jump right in on that. That was my honest opinion.
It's a valid opinion to have. I can understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on how and why I put it this way.
Yeah, so the only way I can make it believable for me is to be like, yeah, the vestige is, he's strategizing and he's doing his best, but I feel like the vestige is doing most of the work.
Not most of it, but he is making it a lot easier on him.
All right. Cool. So, what did you want to talk about with this chapter?
So, one of the things that I love in the opening scene was, that first move that he uses, the Malgus Smash. Darth Malgus is like one of my favorite Sith Lords in the Old Republic. Like, the dude, and there's a reason that I chose his name for the opening move from Kurdai, is that the dude just won't die.
That's why I was giggling.
Like, yeah. Let's see how many times. So there's that time where Satil Shan basically dropped a freaking cliff on him. He survived that, went and sacked the Temple of Coruscant.
Speaking of which, my husband got me a Satil Shan lightsaber, and I'm really happy. Sorry, continue.
Time after that, he fought with the playable character in the game, and you basically done exploded his Star Destroyer. He survived that, and then there was another one. There's been like another. Oh yeah, you dropped a refinery on him in Corellia, and he still won't die.
So the Malgus Smash is
essentially my homage to the fact that like Kurdai's just like supposed to be dead several times over, and he just won't do it.
So many layers of geek, and I love it. Okay.
I was like, no. I was like, yeah, the name sounds cool, but if you look hard enough, there's a lot to me choosing that name for the opening sequence of entry 100.
Just a little humor there.
Yup.
What else? Think.
Let's see. What else happened in here?
The Three Musketeers.
Three Musketeers. Yeah, I like the.
Hey, that works for 100.
Yeah. Well, also when the trailer, not the trailer, when the first promo, when the first posters were released, one of the phrases that was used
was the Three Musketeers.
Well, what it said was, "This time he will face the Three Musketeers," and it had Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki.
I would love to hear from someone who reads the manga to give us a little more like insight on that. Is that something that becomes a thing? Is that just what we're calling them? I'm curious.
I think they don't call them that in the show or the manga as far as I know yet, but I thought...
Like, I feel like they're building up to it because obviously all for one, one for all. Yeah. That's Three Musketeers. So.
Yeah. No.
Sorry.
Captain No, it's fine. It's fine.
Over here.
No, don't worry about it. Yeah, I had fun picking the name. Because I wanted Deku, Eri, and Kurdai's little grouping to have a name. And given two of the driving quirks in the story, it seemed like an appropriate one.
100%.
What do you think? What do you think of the artwork that I managed to come up with?
I really enjoyed, as someone who lives with you, I really enjoyed watching you with this because your art, just like your personality, tends to be very rigid. And like you're gradually getting more flexible and loose, and all of a sudden you're showing this movement. And I know creating that line variety was so hard for you.
That was like painful for me. Because I'm just like, it looks so messy, it's bothering me.
But that is what, it's messy, but it's not, because it's intentional.
Yes.
Then that's the whole key, is that intention, right?
Yeah.
And you can see all three of them moving. And I think there was one thing that bothered me, and I don't even remember what it was. So it must not have bothered me that much.
Yeah. I know what it was, but I'm not gonna go into it right now.
I don't even remember. But no, I love the,
Like,
kind
honestly,
of
I feel like
intensity
Deku was
and
my best one there.
I think all three look pretty good. But
All three of them look really good, I think. But just something about the way that I managed to get the line work going, especially with Deku's hair.
Yeah.
And like the coloring that I managed with that, like
I
that
think
looks really
that
good to me.
you had a very intense challenge with the lighting for Eri, and I feel like you could go more into the lighting with all of the, secondary
because
shadows.
she's generating white lightning, she doesn't have so many shadows.
A mistake that the artists of Dragon Ball Z make all the time, because just because there's light coming from all ends does not mean it's all the same, and does not mean there's not going to be some secondary shadows here and there.
This
Just
is true.
Saying.
I did put some secondary shadows.
There
in
are a few, but there's not very many.
Yeah.
So, no, but you know what? You've grown so much. I think this really shows how much you've grown as an artist. So I'm proud of you.
Thank you. What was I say? What do you think of Bakugo kind of taking the lead on them dealing with the villains on the outside?
I mean, it was, again, like the movie, but at the same time, we have the Ruby characters, and
we had Weiss in there.
Weiss.
We had Weiss in there.
Backing him
No.
up.
So in the movie, Bakugo fought the two serpent twins.
Oh, I thought that was the same.
Todoroki fought the behemoth.
Oh, I guess
In this one, Bakugo fought the behemoth, and Mina took on the twins.
Okay, see, I remember Mina taking them on, but for some reason I thought Bakugo was there too when you were reading.
They started in the same area, but the battles took them in separate
then they
directions.
digressed. Sorry,
Yes.
they diverged. I should say.
Weiss
Sorry.
went to take care of some of the grunt minions, and Todoroki went and did the same.
Yet another example of my brain glazing over when the action starts. I think my brain glazes over when the action starts, and Silver's brain glazes over when the politics starts. So we're like the opposite sides of a coin there.
But yeah, I was like, I could have had Todoroki. How do I put this? The temptation was there to have Bakugo and Weiss go and deal with all the grunts, but I knew that for Bakugo's personality that just wouldn't work because he would not be satisfied with that.
He wants to be.
He wants the big guy.
As most of our Hispanic family would say, he wants to be in the mitote. He has to be in the happening. He needs to be in the middle of the drama wherever it's at, because he is a drama queen.
Yep. And Weiss is just like, you know what? You'd be happy doing your thing. I'm gonna go make sure that all these guys don't kill us.
Yeah, that's more true to her character.
Yeah,
too.
and Todoroki kind of some of the same. He's just like, all right. He's like, they're handling this. I'm gonna go.
They're both the ice queens of their stories. So.
But yeah, what'd you think of the? I remember I was reading to you. You seem to be actually fairly taken with the fight that Mina has with the two serpent guys.
No, I mean, there was a lot of intensity and growth with Mina. The I loved, and you can talk about this more because you can say it more eloquently than I can, but I love how she's able to at this point created a very precise attack, because Mina in general, like, her quirk lends itself to blanket attacks because I mean it's liquid, how else, right? But she's gotten, because of her, I think you had mentioned, because of her relationship with Kudai
and the time that they spend training together, she's
gotten much more precise in this story, and it's almost like
we do see her working to improve her aim.
That's canon.
But this is just taken to another degree because of the way that Kudai fights.
And I can see this in the canon being a total thing, like when they're adults, 100%, or even in the near future, figuring something like this out as she trains.
I was like, she needs something. I was like, this is an attack that I've been building up to for her for a very long time.
Oh yeah, girl's time to shine, man. And I love it because that's a really good villain to shine with, because he's freaking weird and freaking scary and powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's a two-headed monster. Like, no, it's not. No, I don't remember.
The two serpent guys.
I don't remember what they look like.
I need to look up a picture of these. I need to look up a picture of these guys so you remember.
I don't have this ridiculous photographic memory you do. I just remember 2 weird, like, Orochimaru-esque things that were, like, the same personality. So to me, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, but apparently they have separate bodies. My bad.
It's their twin brothers.
Okay,
Those
see,
dudes.
I don't remember things. Sorry.
That's okay.
I misspoke.
That's
Apparently.
Okay. Nah. So she takes on 2 of them. Yeah, I wanted to give her a moment. Like, so much stuff has been happening with Kurt-Eye lately that, like, it's kind of it's kind of easy to forget that, like, she stood by him.
And thank you for not falling into that male writer thing of, even though you've in theory written a couple strong female roles, they tend to just kind of sit back and let the boys take care of it. Like, I appreciate that she has her moment. She's independent. She's an independent individual.
She makes the decision at the beginning of the chapter to let him go. She's like, he needs to do his job, I need to do mine. And I really enjoyed being able to showcase that for her.
Yeah.
Like, to some degree, I feel like this was her chapter. Because, like, it's kind of easy to forget, like, she was there. She didn't just stand aside while Bakugo, Deku, and Kurt-Eye were fighting 9. She went into it with them.
Oh, yeah.
She knew this dude could kill her 9 times over. Oh, yeah. She went into it.
Oh, yeah. So, no, I love the character development she's gotten with all the screen time and all the crazy stuff that's happened to her. And so I like that she had a little time to shine here.
Yeah.
And that was a really good place to do it.
Yeah. The fight was very difficult, but I knew that it wasn't beyond her capabilities as she managed to push herself.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else happened? What'd you think of the Red Swordsman's return?
He's very Mataris.
Oh, yes. It was a short scene, but I enjoyed writing it so much.
I mean, and I know the readers who aren't familiar with your other stories are going to be like, what? Who is this guy?
No, because he was...
I know he was introduced before, but that they don't necessarily understand him and who he is.
Yeah.
And so I really enjoyed his lines, and it was on brand. That line that
I gave him was so freaking cold. He was like, this isn't a battle, this is pest control.
And that was so on brand.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm sure, if nothing else, people who don't know him will be intrigued by him.
Yeah.
So
because the last time we saw him, he was just another contestant in the licensing exam. We know that he passed.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we don't really know anything about him.
Oh, yeah, he's still a player.
Now it's like, you get that short scene. He's working for somebody, and he's not shy about taking people out instead of just down.
This is why I have to let you introduce things, because I forget what they know and what they don't, because my headcanon is so mixed up with the timeline at this point.
Do you like the what was I gonna say? Do you like the bits with Akurui and Hatsume?
Yes. Akurui, I mean, it's a little ridiculous, but it's anime ridiculous, so I will let it slide.
Okay.
Just like the whole human test subjects nonsense, the tantrum is pretty funny, which I don't think I would have seen him doing that early on.
He is so sleep deprived right now.
Yo, as someone who has pulled some all-nighters, I'm a different person when I've pulled multiple all-nighters, and I wouldn't put it past him, yo.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I wanted to like take him to the limits of like how crazy can I make him act without it just completely breaking the fourth wall, essentially.
Oh, I have had the most well-behaved students flip tables after binging anime all night because they're just not regulated. So, I mean, I get it.
Gotcha. Again, Akurui is 13 years old.
Yeah, that's the age.
No, wait. No, yeah. He's about to turn 13.
Yeah, he's 12. He's
12.
The age of my 5th grader.
Oh my goodness,
or some of them, not all of them.
Yeah,
the ones who started late.
Oh man,
it was so good. Sorry, my cute doggie's giving me cute looks.
Aw.
Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something about like getting to like, you know me, I like writing unhinged characters, but there's something very special about like taking the very well put together characters and just making them absolutely lose their crap.
Oh yeah, and it's fun. It's ridiculous. I love it.
Yeah.
There's got to be a little bit of unhinged silliness to keep me going because I mean, it's fiction. And I love it.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the nonsense that happens when we haven't gotten through it, but that new I can't even remember the title of the new. Oh my gosh, I'm having the worst time. The Inheritance Cycle author, Christopher Paolini's new sci-fi story.
That was a bit much.
No. It's really intense.
Yeah.
But then so to clarify, we started listening to the audiobook on a trip, but we only got about a third of the way through. All right.
It was a little bit much for me, if I'm being honest.
It was really dark, but we were starting to get into the comedy. Because and I was really enjoying the unhinged silliness that was happening.
This is true.
And I think if we'd continued, we would have been able to get through. Because I mean, Demon Slayer is a bit much. Okay, it's like if we were reading it. I think the level of morbidity is very similar to if we were reading a novelized version of Demon Slayer. All right, if we were in Tanjiro's head. Or, not quite to that extreme.
Tanjiro didn't have a symbiote infect him.
Yeah, I think that, maybe Attack on Titan level of morbidity, all right?
All right.
But it's like, so it's like reading, so you have to keep in mind, we're so desensitized to violence and visual storytelling that when we read it, it forces our brains to really engage with how disturbing it is.
Because it's not just our understanding of how disturbing it is. Our imagination takes it a step further.
So the disturbing scenes that you're reading, if you're watching it, it's just like it happens in 30 seconds and it's over in that medium because it's a different storytelling medium. And I think when I'm looking at the story, I think it's the same level of disturbing as many of the animes we've watched. But because we're reading it, it's a little more scary, right? Because like you said, your imagination is involved and you're spending more time thinking about those emotions because you're in the person's head, right? But I love, but going back around to the main point I was trying to make is despite the intensity of the story, it's so nice and it keeps you from getting burnt out when you start getting into the silliness of and how more whimsical. It's whimsical.
The flight and fancy free.
Yes, I love it. The nonsense that starts happening when you're introducing, because you have these first few chapters that are super, super dark and scary, and then all of a sudden you have these super fun, hilarious characters who are being introduced.
In the case of Demon Slayer, we get, Zenitsu can go die in a hole, but we get introduced to Inosuke.
And he's hilarious.
Inosuke is like my favorite. He's my favorite character in that show. He is feral unhinged.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, so you're introduced to the world. You are introduced to the character and their struggle, right? Here's the pattern we're seeing. There's some really crazy rising action, and now all of a sudden this crazy intensity is the norm, and we're bored. We need to stay engaged somehow, and that's when we bring in this humor. And even if it's super silly, that's
it's
what...
a break.
And psychologically, we find things funny.
Humor is a coping mechanism.
Well, but what I'm trying to say is we find things funny when they're outside of the norm.
Yeah.
When something is bad, it's either funny or scary if something is outside of what it should be. Right?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good way to put that.
So if you all of a sudden are on a spaceship and a random squealing pig runs by you and there's random graffiti all over the walls with dumb inside jokes that only the crew knows, like that's a hilarious insight into these characters and what's happening.
Yeah.
In reality, that's ridiculous. That is anime level nonsense that's happening, but it got me, and I wanted to know more, and I wanted to keep going because of that, right?
There you go.
So
there you go.
So
we do have the scene where Kurai uses Fajin for the first time. And here's another way I'm going to make my argument that he's able to pick this up on the fly, is that Deku, when he used it against Lady Nagant, he only knew the mechanics of how it worked. He had never used it before. The vestige had never the vestige was actively being like, "Hey, wait, whoa, you're crazy. You can't handle this right now." He's like, "Well, I don't have really many other options right now."
Okay.
And then he just did it.
All right.
So it's not outside the realm of possibility on its own. And again, he pretty much has an aimbot helping him to run the quirk.
Cool. I just wanted to warn you. You're probably going to get chewed up
I
and eaten alive for this.
I get flack no matter what I do. I get flack no matter what I do.
Well, hey, if you can't please everybody,
no.
so
Did you catch the Might Guy reference that I threw in there?
No.
Okay, do you remember spoilers for Naruto Shippuden? Do you remember Might's fight against Madara?
Yes.
Where he does the 8 gates and he like starts firing a wind cannon?
Yes.
Basically what Kurdai does here. Guy's attack is called the Sekizo Barrage. Kurdai did the Grievous Barrage.
But now he has a different quirk, so it's less interesting.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let's see. Might Guy's quirk. Who is it most like? Oh, yeah. It's like Kai's original quirk with all
Might
the
Guy's quirk...
chakras being unlocked. It's literally the same thing.
I'll tell you how similar Might Guy and All Might are. Might Guy and All Might had Death Battle. That was the comparison that was drawn. Yes, the chakra points are being released, but remember, Might Guy can't use ninjutsu. It's all taijutsu for him. Or like, the only ninjutsu he can do is he can like summon a turtle. That's basically it.
That's
Everything
hilarious.
else is taijutsu. So, in that sense, One for All, being a largely more physical ability, is much closer to the 8 Gates of Death.
So, I just think that it would the reference would make more sense if it was going along with his original quirk, but whatever.
This is more in line with Guy's physical capabilities.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Man,
the
you were
reference.
so salty today.
I'm sorry. I've been dealing with sassy. I had to go on a school-wide field trip. I pulled a child out of a grate. And
Sounds like a great day.
And then it was a play day after that to celebrate higher test scores.
Oh man, that's not. Yeah,
it was fun. It was fun, but
a lot.
I have a lot of pent up sass.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Let's see. I think the thing that made me laugh the most in this bit, other than Awkward really like absolutely losing it, was the bit where Nora's talking about Thunder Thighs.
I thought that was funny.
Which I can't take full credit for that. There was a Ruby Chibi bit where she basically did that. But I was like, I had that scene running in my head. I was just like, this is the perfect opportunity for me to make use of that.
I feel like the joke, I would have just left the joke as it was. I feel like they talked about the joke a little too much, but it was still funny.
Okay. Well, I more or less followed the script of the original telling of the joke, but you know what? It made me laugh. I enjoyed it. I'm putting it in there.
I never said that Ruby Chibi was well written. Don't kill me.
It's crack fic is what it's a crack fiction. That's what it is. It's not meant to be concise. It's meant to be stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Sorry, moving on. What'd you think of Bakugo's new ultimate move?
I forgot what it was.
The AP shot railgun.
What was that again?
He basically copied his Kamehameha.
The Kai
Was that necessary? No. Did I enjoy doing it? Absolutely.
Are your readers gonna start jumping on the Kai fanboy bandwagon? Probs.
They might. But how do I put? Like, it felt like a natural evolution of what he had tried to achieve before.
He's already been doing stuff that's very similar. So
have I explained the mechanics of a railgun to you? Like basically what it does?
Mm-mm.
So the railgun is, I don't know if it's base mounted or if it's just ship mounted, but it's basically a mounted gun that fires a bullet at 8 times the speed of sound.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what he like the destructive capabilities of that.
See, that's why it went over my head because I don't know what that is.
Okay, so. Yeah, like a fair number of Bakugo's move names are inspired by different weaponry or people who designed them. You remember in the future I gave him his ultimate attack, the Oppenheimer impact.
Yes, I'm like,
which, fight me, that was a good move name.
Yeah.
That was a really good attack name for him to go out with.
Not Barbenheimer. Sorry. Just had to.
No. Not doing that.
I haven't seen either movies, so I can't. Which I should really watch Oppenheimer because we have a friend who played a role in it, so I should watch it. But yeah. Anyway, moving on.
The closing scenes. I smiled throughout because I really enjoyed getting to have this moment with Deku, Kurai, and Eri just kind of lying there, being like, "All right, yeah, we won."
Aries.
Who wants to explain the mess?
Harry just goes to sleep because sleeping on a battlefield is the norm, apparently. I love it. No, I'm not questioning it. I'm just bringing.
No, it's
the
fine.
irony.
I'm like, yeah, for her, she probably did that a couple times.
Well, it's like bring your child to work day. Everybody's killing each other, and little Aries just taking a snooze.
Probably happened at some point. I'll be real.
Bakugo's equipment case is just there open in the corner, and Aries just taking a nap.
It's like Anya, like going through all the poison daggers and the guns and grenades and spy equipment.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, what was I gonna say? And then the other bit that made me laugh a little bit was Rhodey. Like I just see it so clearly in my head. He's like doing the shaky anime thing, like coming out from behind whatever boulder he was hiding under.
He could have killed me.
Like he would have killed me.
Which in the story, I love when Rhodey kind of saves the day with the.
Oh yeah, that was a
chip,
great scene.
It was so great, but different
circumstances
story,
change.
different circumstance. Yeah. Still love the character.
If I have a regret about the alteration of this arc in particular,
not involving Rhodey
it was not having Rhodey be able to be the one who saved.
But it's like you're so overstaffed. If without another,
they're well.
Yeah.
In the movie, they're very understaffed. In this version, they're well staffed.
That's why a civilian has to save the world, because they're just trying to survive basically and keep everyone from dying. Yeah. So that the stakes were still high, but not quite as formidable.
Yeah.
Because they had so many people on their team. Mm-hmm. So.
But I mean, did you enjoy the show?
No, I enjoyed it. Okay. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there were some great one-liners. Enjoyed the humor, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to train my brain to get into the action, and sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't.
No. Like I said, like I remember while I was reading it to you, like you actually, like I could tell you were actively paying attention to the parts where Mina was fighting. Which I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like, to me, that means I've written the scene well because
if I pay attention.
Well, because it's like your grandpa. If he stays awake during Sunday service, know it was a good service because this dude just falls asleep.
Well,
for anything.
A PK. He grew up living at church and giving sermons because he was the PK.
Yeah,
he was.
So if he is intellectually engaged enough to stay awake, this is a good sermon.
Yeah, there was a sermon where I was having a hard time staying awake, and he was actually but it was because it was so over my head intellectually, and he actually stayed awake. I was impressed.
Yeah.
For a while I could count on one hand the number of times I'd seen that man stay awake through sermons.
But so
anyway,
the way you are with action chapters, that's how I relate that essentially.
That's funny.
I'm like if it held your attention, to where you can give a recounting of it later, that means I did a good job.
Yay!
But, so how about that? 100 podcasts we've done. That is crazy to me.
And I'm thinking about a scene that I want to happen soon and thinking about how far away it is. I'm like, how many more?
See, imagine being me and conceptualizing those scenes years in advance and not being able to get to them for years more.
No, you're still very patient, sir. I know you're not making the same mistake again of releasing things too soon before they're polished, but I am going to be the bratty impatient reader and be like, I just want to hear it. I want to see how everyone reacts. But
I'm very excited to see how people react.
All right.
But
anyway,
you know what? It's been a really good run for 100 chapters, you guys. This has been awesome. We're looking forward to. I don't think this story is going to go for another 100 chapters. I'm guesstimating maybe 50, if that. I'm guessing in that area. Given how much story is left to go, because we're in the final arc of My Hero Academia, it kind of feels like things are about to wrap up. And given the amount of material that's available, I would say that given the amount of material that's available, plus what I want to do for kind of an original arc to end things on, I'm gonna say that it's gonna be about 50 chapters more.
Okay.
But starting next year, which is only a few weeks away, Your Hero Academia is not the only story that I'm going to be focusing on. I'm going to switch. I think I covered this earlier when we were talking to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be switching to a schedule of releasing one chapter a month for Your Hero Academia, but I'm still going to be releasing a chapter every other week. I am beginning to release a new story. It's going to be called...
wait. Oh, okay. That's good.
That story begins January 1st, 2024. It's going to be called Pokemon Warpath. I can almost guarantee you've never read Pokemon like this.
It's very different. I like it, though.
Yeah, this may be one of, if not my most ambitious project yet.
Hey, my grandma's into it, so if you can get my grandma into Pokemon...
Yeah, she doesn't know anything about Pokemon.
If you can get my grandma into Pokemon... I mean, she is like a hippie wannabe grandma, but at the same time, if you can get my grandma to Pokemon, it's pretty good. So yeah. I'm enjoying it, and so I'm excited for you guys to hear it too.
Am I allowed to talk a little bit about it here, or should we just?
I think it's been real long, so we probably should introduce it a little bit more later.
All right, yeah. So we got one more podcast coming up for Your Hero Academia. We're going to be releasing that on New Year's Eve, and then on New Year's Day, the first Pokemon Warpath podcast will be dropping. So we'll give you more details about that in the next podcast. But again, thank you guys so much for joining us for 100 podcasts of the story. It's been an absolute delight to have you guys for us this long.
Honored that you guys spend time with us nerds.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, your guys, don't underestimate your guys' contribution to this.
Seriously.
If I hadn't had all this feedback from you guys, if I didn't have your investment in this story, there's no way I would have been able to make it for this long. So thank you so much. I look forward to writing the next 100 chapters of however many stories I release with you guys. So we'll catch you on the next one. Stay plus ultra until then.
Bye.
Is your software picking it up?
Yeah, software's picking it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I am here.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, if you see at the bottom over here, that green symbol with the microphone, that means that it's going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. What's up? You're the first one here.
Yeah, I was just waiting for. Oh, hey, Kaiser.
Hi, Kaiser.
He's muted himself.
I think he realizes
there he is.
There we go.
Nice.
I'm wondering if he has the right microphone hooked, or I wonder if his app has access to his microphone.
Hello.
Hello.
There
he is.
Hey.
How you going?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. I think it's been a while since you and I talked. I think the last time we did it was when we were playing Fatal Bullet together that one time.
We haven't played Fatal Bullets together.
Didn't we?
No. The last time I was on the audio chat was when we watched World Heroes Mission.
Oh, is that when it was?
That's right.
For some reason I had it in my head we played like a couple of missions of Fatal Bullet together.
No, we haven't. Not yet.
Oh, okay. My bad. What's happening?
Man, it's been so long since I played that game.
Honestly, to me, it's the game with the best replay value in the series.
Yeah, it really is.
To me, it's the best. It's the best Sword Art Online game because you're not just playing as a different styled Kirito.
Yeah. Like.
Yep.
I think the best the best one that uses the traditional sword system and everything has got to be Hollow Realization. So the third one in the because there's Hollow Fragment, Lost Wish, and then Hollow Realization. That one, the sword skills are good. The pacing of the combat is pretty decent. The story was interesting enough to me. So to me, Fatal Bullet is more fun to play. But in terms of when you think of how sword art works traditionally, Hollow Realization is the one to go with.
Yeah. I recently got Hollow Realization, but I'm not that far into it.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, the newest one
I've got one of the Hollow games, but I can't remember which one.
What was I gonna say? One of the newer ones, I don't think I've played the newest one, but one of the newer ones, the combat system just kind of felt slow.
Oh, the one based on Alice Realization.
Yeah, that one.
I've got a friend who bought it, but I haven't asked how that is.
The story was pretty interesting. It was just, the combat system was not what it could have been.
Yeah, the one thing I liked about the actual anime of of Alloy's realization was they actually made the movie canon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was really
I
fun.
remember that. I remember that. I think it was.
I was not expecting the guy to come out of nowhere to help.
When Elizabeth was making her making her big rallying speech, I saw the silhouette. I was like, I know exactly who that is.
Oh, I
I
didn't
didn't
see
know
it.
who it was until you mentioned it.
I saw the silhouette. I was like, that's I knew it looked different, but I was like, that's
That was
that's
Nautilus.
gotta be
The
AG.
funny thing is, I can't remember his name.
AG.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that was it.
Mm-hmm.
His sword art name was Nautilus, though. Like the
It was Nautilus, and that's
Mhm.
what
But
he
yeah,
claims when he's
I was like, oh shit, the movie's canon now.
Yep. Well, anime's been getting a lot better about that lately.
Yeah.
I think they started.
I thought it always was canon.
I mean, like.
That's the thing. I'm like of that. I'm like, when I think a movie's canon, it turns out it's not. I'm like, I swear it was.
Yeah, like,
That's why Kamen Rider is so bloody confusing, because every movie is canon.
That's a somewhat recent.
Even the anniversary ones where you've got riders from like 50 years ago coming back.
Good grief.
Oh,
it's
gosh.
canon, they're still alive.
That's a little ridiculous.
Because the actors are still alive, right?
Well,
But yeah, and also most of the original Kamen Riders were cyborgs.
Oh, wow.
So it makes sense why they're still alive.
Yeah.
like a lot of anime movies from like the 90s to even recent years, just not canon. It's just kind of like a what if. But like the My Hero movies, they're all canon to the anime. Which
I always believed they were canon. Quick question.
Usually, like the vast majority of anime movies, the movies are not canon.
But for me, I was always of the mindset that because the reason why I was of the mindset that the My Hero movies were all canon is because you had the special episode which led into the first movie.
Yeah, well, there is that, but also like the manga artist Horikoshi, he confirmed that he put characters from the movies in the manga panels.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not up to date, but I did watch it where you saw the kids from Naboo Island, and I believe Melissa.
Melissa Shield was watching. Rhodey
I didn't see Rhodey though.
Watching.
Yeah, like with the Outcast movie,
Not canon.
Fairy Tale movies, not canon.
Unfortunately.
Most of them.
That's the thing with Fullmetal Alchemist.
Hang on, hello.
Because of the two different,
Kaiser, hang on a sec. Fairy Sin Girl, can you hear us? She might be figuring out how to get her mic going. And Silver's on his way in.
Cool.
Yes.
Let's see. I'm trying to think.
Mira said she might be able to pop in at some point.
Yeah, she said she was gonna be hopping in at least for a little while. She's also gonna be working on an essay at the same time, so I'm kind of impressed. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
it's been years since I've had to do an essay.
Oh, hang on.
Same here.
Regina, can you hear us? Oh yes, hello. We're starting to be able to hear you. Hello. Hey, Robin.
The meme lord has entered.
The man.
Yes, he has.
The meme lord has arrived.
No, it's not the same without me here. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's so modest.
Oh, just wait till Silver gets here.
Oh man, the Discord chat's gonna be lighting up.
It's not called Discord for nothing, you know.
You're not wrong. I think we still have yet to beat the Legacy of Korea meme.
Yeah, like that's what I was just thinking. It's like, look, listen, I'll do what I can today, but I don't think I can top Legacy of Korean. And, like that was kind of
that was one of a kind for sure.
What's that?
It's an unfortunate autocorrect situation.
Here, hold on. Let me pull it up. I think I have it. There we go.
I was present for that one.
There it is. They were making fun of me for not having finished Legacy of Korra, and then was it Joe Clone or was it Robin who like typed in Legacy of Korra and it ended up as Legacy of Korea? And then
That's the thing. I've never watched that one. I've only watched Avatar.
I mean,
You're not missing a lot. I mean,
yeah.
The main reason people liked it is because you get to see what's going on with the old characters.
Every now and
Every
again.
now and again.
You also get the story of the first Avatar, which I thought was really cool.
That was pretty cool.
But
Yeah.
I know that much.
Yeah,
I've actually watched a D&D campaign with some YouTubers who did an Avatar one where it was all like the next generation.
Yeah.
No, it was Joe Clone that put Legacy of Korean and Legacy of Korean and autocorrected to Korean, and then I put.
Wait, it was me?
It was you. Yeah.
Oh no! Well, we cannot refute the Canon Master here.
Well, it's because I put this meme in the chat, and then you told me to add Legacy of Korra.
That's what it was.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember now.
Oh man,
I think I do have like God tier version of me. Oh no, that's not a good one. That's not complete. That's not complete. Where's the complete one?
I have arrived.
Hey!
Hey!
Give me one moment. Is my thing.
I see that Amira's online, but I don't see her in the voice chat yet.
Here's the thing. I tried calling her because her Do Not Disturb is on. I tried calling her myself, be like, oh hey, but I am afraid that she is probably not seeing it.
If you let's see, let me yeah.
Yeah, like I literally tried like voice calling her to like get it to pop up, but I don't know if she
Might
is
be on her essay.
Yeah, which is what I suspect at this point. Which
we can give her some space.
I feel really bad because we literally like just talked about this, but I don't necessarily want to start without her. Like especially after like, oh yeah, let's do it this time. Okay, we're doing it this time. Great, and then all of a sudden like 5 minutes later, like, oh wait, we need to do it this time instead. Which personally I'm fine with, but I just don't want to.
That is.
It's mostly my fault because I didn't put mountain time in my time suggestion.
Yeah. This is why we talk about it like in advance, and
this is why we should just use PST for everything because it's the correct
You
time.
need to make a clone of yourself so that they can handle this and you do the other things.
Okay, is that a dig at my name?
It's exactly yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's the problem. You can't clone a clone.
Not that
They
attitude.
become too unstable.
What is it at that point? Is it a clone squared? Like
No, it's just a clone.
No, it's just a pile of goop because it doesn't work.
Wow. You've been reading too many
depends-
Spider-Man Clone Saga comics.
What you're going with, because I think Star Wars
Yeah.
has something to say about that.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. The clones were clones of Jango Fett. They weren't clones of each other.
That's right, yeah.
So they were only cloned once, but it was multiplied. So they're not clones of clones. They're just clones of the best bounty hunter.
That's true, yeah. But Spider-Man clones. Whew.
There isn't like
That's what the Scarlet Spider is, right?
I don't even know.
It's gotten so confusing now. There's
I love that they did like across the Spider-Verse because they're just like, yeah, we're not even bothering to keep track anymore. Here's just all the Spider people.
Yeah.
It's
Sometimes
like
that's
that.
just
You
how
guys
it
haven't seen the
be.
movie yet.
Universe where they are
Let's not forget the most important Spider-Man,
Let me go ahead and look at something.
Japanese Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Emissary from hell.
we keep
Yeah.
seeing Regina's name lighting up, but I haven't been able to
Yeah, here, let me see something real quick. User volume. I don't really, I don't know what is, tag edit, okay.
Alright, my lover. Alright, my lover. Wait, alright, my lover. Amazing. You feel
Maybe, and that's here. Yep. Yeah, wait, hold on, give me one moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
First series, which followed.
Oh, he's gone. Rest in peace. Oh my god, I have a brilliant idea. Okay, hold on, let me meme for a minute here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I had to turn down Kaiser a little bit.
So season 2. What can we expect? More characters.
Background noise.
Right click on the name and there's user volume.
Okay, yeah, there we go. That's better. What was I gonna say? Okay, so that's right. So we're waiting on Silver before we start like actually getting into the topics of this thing. But what was I was gonna say? Anybody have anything that they're gonna be aiming for till to the next year? Like any New Year's resolutions people are gonna attempt at?
New Year's resolutions? That's insane. Why would we use those?
Okay.
in 5 days.
Wow.
Nah, I'm being sarcastic. That's impossible.
Okay, yeah, I don't have Pokemon games, so.
Real quick. Amira got my message, and so she will be here relatively soon.
Okay, that's good news.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Silver.
No problem. Let me. Where'd I put my phone? Okay, yeah, because while that's going on, I'm going to do a quick thing with my phone, because this is an important. That is a loaded question. Where is
a loaded question? That's just kind of a pre-answered question. I know the reason that you showed up for this thing.
Do you? Do you really?
I do. You showed up for 2 things. You showed up for the news story that we're going to talk about later, and to light a fire under me.
Here, that's just
not denying it.
That's just me being. That's just you thinking I'm shallow. When I am not shallow, I am slightly shallow. I am surface level shallow, and I am going through a bunch of different things right now. Because this is important. This is very important because I know because we went over the agenda of what we were going to talk about.
Oh, you made notes. You made notes.
I made notes, but there is one thing that I did not make because I didn't think of it until earlier this morning, right before church. So
okay.
I am doing it now.
Right.
Give me.
This should be good. So.
Oh boy.
All right, I think enough of us are here that we're gonna go ahead and move on to.
Oh boy, Amira looks angry.
Does Amira look angry?
She's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
You guys
Here. Where?
her like 82 times, so.
I get it.
Guys, I think we should cancel and just do it again in a couple hours.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I will track you down.
Yeah, he woke me up from a nap for this, guys.
Nice. I'll track you
Look,
down.
that's on him.
I won't do anything to you. I'll just Becca's the one that's gonna take you out.
Why can I not find it?
You're gonna be working at 10 p.m.
How do you, real quick, Robin, just because I think you're a bit more savvy in the. Oh wait, no, never mind. I got it.
Is he not savvy enough? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm never savvy enough. We figured that out a long time ago.
I mean, he still holds the title of Meme Lord, so I don't know, man.
I do.
Give me a moment. Where is the thing that I'm looking for?
The thingy.
All right,
the thingy.
All right. So,
anyways, you just keep going. I'm gonna do this in the background. I'm still be listening. I'll still give my opinion. This is just a small little side thing I'm doing.
So we're gonna start.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're gonna start with favorite moments of the last year, and bearing in mind that basically at the beginning of this year they had just arrived on Naboo Island, and
okay,
getting settled into the hero routine.
Here we go. This is what I needed. All right. So you know what? I'm going to kick us off. So because why not?
Real quick. I'm gonna say that Silver's favorite moment was when Kurt bit it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong in the absolute slightest. But that isn't Wait, real quick, are we talking favorite moments purely in the context of the written story of Your Hero Academia?
Over the last year, if you want to throw in your favorite moment, like overall, you are welcome to do so.
Okay, so yeah, I would be loathed. I would, well, not loathed. It would be lying if I said that Karai biting the dust was not my favorite moment, because for several different reasons. It's not just him dying; it's the fact that you had him built up to die since literally page 1.
Yeah.
And to your credit, you did do a very good job of building up to that. And Nabu Island was a very good climax and very good final send-off. I will give him that. So, like, unironically, his not just because like I hate the character, because the character does rub me the wrong way. I mean I love the way you write him, but as like if I met Kai in real life, I'd be like, you're kind of a loser nerd. But yeah, I will say that in terms of like the payoff, it was very well done. So
Okay,
that's
so
probably my favorite
At
moment.
least I know I can do that well.
But with that being said,
Hey,
you know, I'm gonna hold. I do have a second favorite moment. I do have a second favorite moment that isn't inherently tied to the written story of Your Hero Academia, but I do just want to throw out there because it's just too fun for me to not mention. But not only do I really like areas like the 11th holder of One for All and the way that I do like the way you implemented her. I genuinely do. But one of my favorite moments that isn't inherently tied is the entire, for lack of a better word, spin-off to the Doctor Who discussion we had. Like, I mean, I wrote an entire thing, which I'll be totally glad to pin to the chat right now. But
already plugging himself.
I am aware that you. No, I love the way that you did it because I know that you wrote an entire thing. You showed me. I don't know if you ever posted that or shared that, but it is a very well done thing that I personally. That's probably my other favorite moment.
Okay.
I did love your kind of like sort of implementation, so to speak. I don't know if anyone else knows what I'm talking about because I don't know if you shared it anywhere else, but I did want to throw that out there.
I actually did get a.
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Oh, hi, Mira.
Silver and I both did our own take.
How long have you been there? What have you missed? We apologize. We didn't want to. All right. Well, if you ever want to like say anything, just don't hesitate to speak up.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like.
All right.
So basically, Silver and I like did our own takes on what it would look like if Doctor Who crossed over with Your Hero Academia.
I feel like you guys are arguing about that already. Are you guys doing a second take?
But we actually.
It's not that.
Like Silver published the story. I haven't put mine up yet.
Yeah, they showed each other.
Yeah.
You need to publish that.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you haven't already. If I'm being honest.
I was planning on releasing it as a Christmas special type of thing.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And then you can plug mine. Not really, but
I just remember the Doctor Who Red Swordsman crossover. Remember that?
And that's partly what brought my mind back to like, because I was thinking like of a bunch of different ways to cross over with like his quote unquote not existing self universe.
I referenced that event actually.
Yeah, you do, and I remember like reading it, and I'm like thinking like, and I read like a moment where he references it, and I was telling them like, I don't remember watching. I was like thinking, I was reading that, and I was trying to think of Doctor Who where he encounters like a character like that, and I couldn't think of it, and then like 5 minutes, then I'm like, oh wait, that's right, the Red Swordsman bit, that's what it is.
Yeah. That was fun. That was a fun.
Yeah. Those are my two favorite moments. Anyway, so if anyone else has any favorite moments, that's my turn speaking on this matter.
Yeah, that was the first question, Amira, so you didn't miss much.
Well, my favorite.
There was so much. There was like crazy stuff, and it was like, whoa, so much is happening right now, and it was pretty crazy. You missed so much.
Yeah, he basically decided that that Kai is going to die a second time, but for realsies this time.
Okay.
We're gonna have Kai's death day the
I'd stop reading. I'm so sorry. I would stop reading.
So this next time, instead of having a Kai Death Day cake, are we gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna take it to the next level, like make a tiered cake, or are you gonna like make a pie?
Yes,
I am not nearly as talented at baking to do a tiered cake. I'll make another cake because I love making cakes and they're always delicious to eat, but it won't be a tiered cake.
Good candles.
Give
us 2 candles.
We'll have some tiered cakes on each side of the planet. It'll be great.
Yeah, exactly.
For like the 10-year anniversary of Your Hero Academia, like I don't think the story's gonna be going that long, but like for the 10-year release date, at least some of us are gonna have to fly in to meet each other. So we can
Honestly, I'd be kind of.
So we can all sit down and have some Kai Death Day cake.
Now here's the thing. Genuinely speaking, that would be miserable logistically speaking. But with that being said, if we planned it far enough in advance, I would be open to it.
Now. We're nearing on the 4th or 5th year, so we're gonna.
Yeah, I'd be like 26.
See, now this is a meme that probably Amira's not gonna get it. I don't think Kaiser will get it. Regina definitely won't get it. This is a very, very specific reference to it was like your first podcast ever, your first or second podcast ever.
It's what gained you my position.
It is what gave me this position.
Yes.
That was before we were married.
Yeah.
Oh really? Wow.
That was before you were married. Oh my god.
7 years ago.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what I was saying is this is why I'm mentioning it now. So that because apparently
exactly.
3 months advance notice is not enough for you guys.
Well, here's the thing. In my humble defense, we never decided on a date. We only decided on a month, and I was never given a date to ask off.
Anyway,
I kept giving dates for a month.
Google Calendar, man. We need to use implement Google Calendar. Anyway, that being said, favorite moments. Who's next?
Yeah, who's next?
Oh, I'll go next.
Okay, Kaiser.
My favorite moment is actually any moment when Bakugo argues with Kurai.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's always a good time.
It always gets a laugh out of me.
You are shouting. Just lower your voice.
That is.
I
love doing their interactions like they.
I believe I am being quiet.
Bakugo and Kurai is a pairing that I did not expect to work out so well.
Yeah, I understand. The headsets.
That works really well. Not gonna lie.
What was I gonna say? All right, who else has got one?
I'm thinking.
Amira, have you got one?
No. I'm so sorry. I really.
Bad for the last year.
I need to I've been quite busy, so I haven't been able to spend as much time on the fanfiction as I maybe would have liked. Yeah. I really know one of my favorite parts though was seeing Akaru's reaction to Kurai and Mina's reunion.
That was fun.
That's fun.
Really? Right in front of me? Okay.
Mary just went over the bees. Why are you asking about him?
Did we? I'm so sorry.
It's like the first podcast where they were trying to upload a thumbnail or something, or an image in an image, and then it showed up as a bee instead of an image, and so I started putting bees on everybody's faces.
So let me explain the context.
Doesn't remember.
Okay, so this was an old streaming program that I used, and basically it had camera A and camera B. And if you had them both on your display, but you just weren't using one, it would just show up as whatever letter it was. So because A was the laptop camera that we used, that one was always taken up. But whenever we wanted to put in a secondary image to highlight whatever we were talking about, or put a thumbnail or something,
half the time it would show up as
half
a B.
the time it would just show up as a B because we weren't fast enough loading it.
That's right.
After a while, it just became a joke and we just started leaving it.
Yeah, it's a very specific reference. It's a very specific reference.
I'll have to dig up the video archive and send it to her to.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy,
That's
that was back when you still had your brother with you, right?
Both of the brothers.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was when every Friday was podcast day.
I remember the Friday when it wasn't podcast day, and I remember being so sad. We're like, wait, where is it? It's never podcast day. 30 minutes after, and then it never showed up. Oh man, good times.
All right, so let's see. Okay,
I remember going.
Okay, so Silver's favorite moment was Kurai biting it. Kaiser's was anytime Bakugo and Kurai are going at it, and then what else do we have?
Okay, I want to say my favorite moment. My favorite moment was the reveal of future Eri.
Okay.
Like that was.
Oh, that's a good moment. Yeah.
That genuinely surprised me. Like I did not see it coming a mile away,
Yeah.
and
No, that was good.
And looking back on it, I saw the hints that you put in there, and I was like, "How come I didn't put this together sooner?"
I thought it was future Blake.
It was like hints that it was meant to be like hints that you could blame yourself for not noticing in hindsight. So I'm glad that this is the reaction I got.
That's exactly the reaction I had, and I was like, "Yes."
Because like when you go back and look at it, you're like, "You're right. It makes sense." But yeah, no,
I was so dead set on it being future Blake.
Excuse me.
And I love how you used Deku to be the one to reveal it that it was Area, because like he's the old wielder, and so of course he would recognize the power.
Yeah, because and I was like, I had to be really careful with that because like I had that idea fairly early on, but I wasn't entirely sure like to what degree one user of One for All will be able to sense the other. But then we got that scene where All Might is like with Deku in the hospital, and he can kind of get a sense of what's happening inside the One for All space. So it's like, okay, if they came into like physical contact the way that they did, I feel like it would have worked.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
All right. So Amira's was Akurui being the younger brother.
Yeah.
Any scene with him is good.
Grown to love that character because like I meant for him to be like a semi-major player in the story. I just didn't think anybody was gonna like him this much.
Yeah.
Characters.
Sorry, say again.
No,
One of the best
I'm just
characters.
Robin's mood. That's literally it.
Yeah, I think at first we were like, oh yeah, he's going to be almost like the he'll be partially a driving force, but kind of comic relief. But then I started loving him just as much as you guys. Yeah.
Because he very easily could have been a plot device. To some degree.
Oh, yeah.
But...
What was that Star Trek character that was like an extra, but then he flew himself into like a mainstay in like the Next Generation? What was his name again? O'Brien or something?
Mate, I have no idea. I've like...
O'Hara? Oh my gosh. Somebody left their phone behind.
Now we gotta Google it.
Let's see. Let me see if I can...
Hold on a second.
Let's turn up Regina and see if we can hear
Hey, Regina, can you say something? I wonder if she can hear.
Oh wait, that's the wrong button.
Uh-oh.
Everything...
No, I've got her volume at max. I'm just not hearing anything from her.
Yeah.
I reckon she's like not actually.
Regina, I'm familiar with how all this works, but...
Yeah, I mean, we probably should have done man, I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Well, we're learning for next time. We're learning for next time. Maybe one of these days we'll have this like somewhat professionally put together.
Do we get one from Joe Clone?
Unlikely.
Unlikely. I agree, Kaiser.
Wow.
He's muted himself.
You think he realizes he muted himself? Give it a minute.
Give it a moment.
I love that show.
Kaiser,
all right. I see what happened there. But in all seriousness, serious time. How many of you have seen Tron? Yeah?
Go away.
What, really? None of you have seen Tron? Crap, I was really banking on that. It's okay, it's okay. Much like the World of Warcraft, none of you are here by choice anymore. Unlike WoW, however, you're being kept here by me. Not by the need to escape your empty freaking lives. There's no longer any way to log out of SAO. And if anyone on the outside tries to move your nerve gear by force, well, have any of you seen Scanners?
Seriously?
Scanners, it's a movie that was...
No.
Hang on.
Give me one moment.
Are you actually going to upload the GIF? Right. Are you going to upload the GIF?
Joe Clone, have you figured out a favorite moment?
I can't find the GIF, so I'm just gonna... Okay, anyways, that was from Scanners. Basically that.
Sorry.
Why would you do
Was I muted?
thing?
Let's see.
Yeah.
No,
Was I muted? Did somebody mute me?
No.
Oh wait, no, my thing fell out, that's why. Oh, I was like, for a split second, I thought that Robin had like, done something to mute me because at this point I wouldn't even question it because he abuses it so much. But no, my thing just popped out.
I thought I already said my favorite moment, by the way.
Regina's lighting up again.
Ah!
We lost.
Well, while Silver's gone, let Joe Clone. What was your favorite moment?
I already mentioned it. The reveal of Eri.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
right.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. Thank you. Cool. Yeah.
Has Robin done one yet?
That was one that I was honestly more worried about people, not like, I knew people were going to be mad about the Kunai coming back bit, but I was honestly more worried that people were going to be like more mad about Eri being the newcomer.
I love that a lot.
With Eri's quirk and then adding the power boost of one for all, it makes sense that it would overpower it.
Yeah.
So I didn't hate it at all. I'm just mad I didn't.
This isn't really a spoiler, but like it shows that like for like for the second holder's quirk, when he got one for all, it powered it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better.
Oh yeah, his quirk is insane. Like as it is now.
Oh yeah.
I was timed out. What did I miss because of a certain someone who shall remain nameless?
No clone.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Don't really say you're me now, buddy.
We were talking a little bit about the second one for all guys quirk, but
okay,
go
awesome.
ahead and move on to Silver's favorite portion.
Did Robin get a chance?
Robin, did you list a favorite moment?
Oh yeah, when Karai died.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
I do have another favorite moment.
Another one?
Mate.
Yes. It's when Switch got her eyes burned out.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
I think that's the runner-up for Silver's most hated moment.
Here, give me. Let other people go first because I have a perfect response to this.
Oh,
so just let other people. I just need a bit more time. Just give me one more moment.
All right, people's least favorite moments. Let's see. Who wants to go first?
Oh, when Karai came back to life.
When Karai came back to life.
Oh come on.
Silva. Buddy.
He said he's going last, so who's next?
Oh no.
I'm actually trying to think.
You can also.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Your least favorite thing.
I got it.
Yes.
All Might's situation, getting hit with that injunction.
Ooh, yeah.
Nah, he deserved that.
I didn't.
He kind of deserved that.
I did not like doing that, but I felt it necessary to the story.
Yeah, that's the thing. It did feel necessary to the story, but it was so terrible that I had to have it. It just felt so dirty, you know?
I was just like, I don't like doing this. I don't like myself for doing this.
See, and then
Sorry, what did he say?
Yeah, same. I was doing something. Oh my freaking word! Oh, you loser! You loser!
So what was the moment, Joe Clone? You said.
Like it hits with the he's held accountable to like the school board essentially. Like when I know it, I was like, all right, legal action time. You're doing very bad.
Yeah, like when Matara says it like that, it doesn't sound very surprising, but like.
I didn't. Yeah. I was younger.
I have my least favorite.
So
moment.
I'm ready. I have my least favorite moment, but I needed a bit of time to get it ready. So here we go. Are you ready?
Can I say
need time to get ready.
I'm guessing
because I'm going to show you. Just give me one moment. All right. So you ready?
Ready. Let's go.
Look at all that effort. Oh my dick.
Oh wow!
Are you calling up old memes?
No, I just made this.
Oh man.
He used Matara's just released artwork. Wow.
So that's it summarized. But if I'm going to expand on it, I still stand by I know that Karai is interesting and I respect your decision, but with that being said, I still stand by the opinion that him coming back does not help the story. In the sense that there are a lot of different elements, mostly because of Eri's existence. I think Eri's existence as a person who holds one for all kind of circumvents the entire idea that, hey, we need to bring Kai back because he has one for all. I know you gave your in story, in lore reasonings, like, oh hey, she wasn't thinking, she was emotional. I don't care. I think it would have been absolutely phenomenal if the story shift after building up since the start to Karai's death, and then having One for All back in the sense of Eri as like this person with so much expectations, as well as Deku even having his quirk of Energon, it works so well that Karai's resurrection, it doesn't inherently ruin it, but it definitely makes it less impactful. So, yeah, exactly. So, that, in a very nice and elaborate way of putting it, is my personal least favorite moment.
Okay. All right.
In like, if I'm being nice about it, if like I'm putting aside my emotional aspects about it, if I'm being like perfectly objective about it.
That's absolutely fair.
I agree.
I didn't expect anybody to like that I did it. I really didn't. I did it because I felt it was what was right to do for the story.
I hated it.
Okay.
And then
See, most of us are not as critical thinkers as Silver is about storytelling. So
that's because I'm trying to get into storytelling.
If people want to grow as writers, like we do need critical thinkers to.
Yeah.
Good, which is why we're having these conversations. And like for me, I hated it, but then I got over it, and I was like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna grit my teeth and deal. And then my favorite part, because I didn't get to have a favorite part, was watching the chaos unfold as you guys read.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that's not.
Oh my gosh.
Hit the fan. That's why I have the avatar I do in this server.
Yeah, no, of course. As like the cat. Oh yeah, like I know so was cat, but like the popcorn is always blocked off by like the little idle active sign, so I just noticed that. Oh my gosh.
Okay, honey,
it's great.
sweetie, dearie, love of my life. What was your least favorite moment then?
Oh no.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, let me ask a question then. Let me ask one thing. Let me ask one thing, because this has been something that's mentioned. I don't know if this was ever resolved, but there was like back, who knows how many months ago, you mentioned that there was a moment where Rebecca got so mad at you that she allegedly wouldn't talk to you for like a long time. Has that moment happened yet?
That she wouldn't talk to me for a long time. It's that she threw a Rubik's Cube at me.
Okay, and has that moment happened yet?
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
Is that the worst moment?
Points. There are two elements of the story I've been waiting for you guys to respond to. The first was the instigation of the cat meme with the popcorn.
Yeah.
The second has yet to happen, and
okay.
I'm still waiting.
And one follow-up question, like, based on what you know about how I take this story, yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, I'm just live reacting to memes. You think I'm going? So yeah, am I going to hate it as much as I hated Kai's resurrection, or?
No.
I think you're gonna.
No.
I think you're going to like this.
You think I'm gonna like it? Okay, that's interesting. Wow. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Have you get out? That's right, get moving. Except you stay.
I think that at least Silver is gonna like it if nobody else.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Very interesting.
I'm pretty confident that more than one person is gonna like it, but I think Silver in particular is gonna enjoy this one.
Yeah.
Okay. You're raising my expectations. I'm just saying that.
It's taken, it's kind of, it took the wind out of me for about 6 months.
Okay.
I think I'm finally recovered at this point, but there was a while when anytime we brought it up, I would get very angry. So.
Okay. Oh yeah, also another favorite part of mine is Switch, obviously. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. I completely forgot about that.
I say my least favorite.
Just to set things at ease for Silver. She's coming back. I promise she's coming back.
Well, yeah, but I can never trust you on certain things.
Now you're learning.
Anyways, is there anything else that anyone else have a least favorite part that they want to mention? Because I think I've taken up a lot of time in this sense.
Any part with story in it.
Obviously,
I'm joking.
Hang on, Kaiser's favorite spot. Kaiser,
my least favorite moment is it's going back a bit, but it's when it's when his brother got disabled, basically.
Okay.
I didn't like that.
Okay, interesting.
I remember you were real upset about that.
Huh.
Yeah, that one was depressing.
And Amir, you have one, right?
But then it was undone, making consequences irrelevant.
Now you're learning.
No, it still happened. Unless it's undone in my mind, it's never going away.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Amir,
anyone else?
I think Amira had one. Amira, did you have one?
Huh? Not actually, no. I don't have a genuine, least favorite part.
No problem at all. Just making sure.
That's Tobal's job again.
Yeah. All right. So what's next on the agenda, so to speak?
So we're gonna since pretty much everybody's here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna initiate the question for the grand prize that I'm giving away today.
Okay.
Okay. I need you to type out your answer so that I can verify that you answered first.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna measure it by that.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Robin, whichever one of you did that.
It's Robin.
Oh, okay, Robin, come on. All right. So here is the question, and I swear this has been revealed. It just might take you a minute to find it. What would Kurtai's name have been if he had been a girl?
Oh God,
dude!
I remember you. I remembered you said this on one of the podcasts.
Kaiser remembers.
But I can't remember what it was.
Personal name.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna give you guys some time on that one. You don't have to. If you don't have it right now, that's fine. If about 10 minutes go by and nobody's got one, I'll give you a hint.
Whoa! Yeah.
Okay, actually, no. That would be a hint.
Is it like in the server, or is it in like the fic somewhere, or?
It's not in the fan fiction.
Okay.
It was in one of the.
Well, no, I get that. Yeah.
Because they mentioned how they both drew what they thought a female Kurai would be.
Kaiser's onto something.
And then they said the names for it, but I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Kaiser's
yeah.
onto something.
It's out there somewhere. You just gotta find it.
Okay.
It's in one of the podcasts.
While this is going on, I'm gonna do the draw. So I mentioned there was gonna be 3 prizes that I was gonna be giving away by drawing. So I pulled up an app that is going to do lots at random for us. So I'm gonna do a screen share so that you guys can see this. So there's not a bias.
Oh wait, I need to. I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. Give me a moment. Okay. It's kind of hard to see. It's very small screened, but.
I'm gonna read out the prize. I'm gonna read out the prizes and the winner. I'm screen capturing it and sharing it with you guys so that later on you can look back and be like, okay, so he's playing fair, essentially.
Okay.
Alright. So, first prize is going to be a 5x7 photo of future Akurui.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's gonna be 3 drawings that I'm gonna be, and these are gonna be physical copies that I'm gonna mail to you guys. I will sign them. I will write a personalized message as you guys like.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I actually really liked Fuchs Akurui's design, mostly because it looks like he had an unhelmeted Kamen Rider suit or something on.
Oh yeah.
And that's just my bias.
No, okay.
I'm just extremely biased.
Alright, so I'm gonna draw for that one. Starting now. Oh boy! Hey, Kaiser, guess what you just said?
Oh!
Yep, I'll yes. Send me your address in a private message, sir. On the.
Send us your address.
I will.
Mataris inside is like, oh crap, I gotta mail something to the UK. Oh my god, that's so much money.
I knew that was gonna be kind of pricey, but you know what? I was this is not something that I'm gonna do all the time because it's just a once in a while thing.
I did not think I would get the first one.
So Kaiser, you get the 5x7. You get the 5x7 Akadori sketch signed by me with a personalized message on the back of it.
That's awesome.
Alright, who's the next one?
Alright, so Kaiser is now having his name removed from the lot for the next 2 prizes. So the next prize is going to be a 10x12. Let's see. Let me put a. Let's see. I don't really remember how to describe this one, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in the chat. If you would give me just a moment. Sorry.
The 10x12. It's the.
It's not up on this wall
okay.
here. Give us a moment.
Dude, I was gonna pull him out so you could look at him, and you're like, "Nah, I got it."
Sorry, I thought I did have it, and then I closed the app because I'm an idiot.
Just wanted to thank you for stopping by the other day.
Any other
I thought about what you said,
okay.
and I'm not going to recuse myself.
I'm still trying to think.
Same. I really don't know.
Oh man. 10x12 version.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh wait, this is the second drawing you said?
Second drawing, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that's nice.
It's very single.
Oh, awesome! Well, congratulations.
Nice,
Regina.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Regina.
I hope she's getting this.
Yeah.
But let's see. Okay, all right. So Regina's getting the.
I heard
The
you
rainy
took
pig.
him down.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to.
Alrighty.
What's our next one? So, we got
Well, congratulations.
There we go.
Yeah, we're quite happy with the
Okay.
Alright. And
even
the last one that we are going to be putting up is the newest cover art for Yu-Gi-Oh! Academia.
Oh, cool! Awesome.
Nice.
So yeah, again, this one will be signed by me. You can have a personalized message on it.
Oh yes. Awesome.
Oh no.
What are the
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
The dimensions on this one are a 11
We
by
got everything we
14.
wanted. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's worse than a funky fine. Money I can get back, but not my name.
Oh, that is awesome.
After Rhodes leaves.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw the lots. The remaining is Dark Chocolate Ambassador, Last Robin, Silver 4700, and Joe Clone. So
Okay, and.
Oh.
Oh, nice!
Ambassador.
Oh, I was gonna mail 2 to the UK.
Yes. Good. That's what we got a Christmas budget for.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Alright.
It's not as bad as mailing to Australia. Honestly.
It really isn't.
Australia's way worse.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna cut off the screen share there.
Cool.
But yeah, all right. So to those of you who didn't win, sorry, but there's only so many prizes I can give out.
Wasn't there another one you were?
Totally fair.
I'm waiting to see if anybody gets the grand prize. Since enough time has passed, I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys the hint.
Yeah, I cannot find it.
You can find the answer on my Instagram page.
I've been looking on your Instagram.
I don't think I see it either.
I don't have Insta.
Yeah, I've been literally looking on your Instagram
Kaiser,
for.
You already got a prize, so what are you complaining for?
He still wants to guess.
Yeah.
I've been looking on your Instagram. I've not found anything.
I found.
I do have a guess. I can't spell it.
I'm gonna give you another. Then I'll give you another hint.
Oh wait, hold on,
Don't make me
wait.
cry, Mataris.
I found Becca's version, but she didn't say what its name was going to be. What her name was.
Oh, but did you see the other one?
I didn't see your version. No.
You didn't see my version.
Already did commit.
No. Where?
I'm looking at it right now.
I have literally been looking through your entire Instagram for the past 10 minutes. At least.
Too. I found it. So you guys, you got it. It's
Okay.
right
Okay. Give me a
there.
moment. Give me a moment.
Becca, I swear to God.
I'm sorry, I don't.
I think I've got
If he's being a brat, I won't back him up, but I do see it.
Okay, give me a moment. I've literally. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Idea.
Give me a moment.
Wait a
I
minute.
think I've got an idea on what it is, but
That's
I
Rachel.
can't spell it.
No, it's not Rachel.
Say the name if you can't spell it.
Is it Karina?
No.
Legacy of Korea.
What should be something like Tiffany or something?
You make
Tiffany.
Tiffany.
Tiffany, huh? That's a pretty masculine name.
Shouldn't be. It's a woman's name.
Okay, I don't know how to talk to you.
Good. You can shut up and listen. Alrighty.
I've been searching for the past 5. I'm going through literally everything right now that has to do with Your Hero Academia.
I'm going insane. This isn't even funny.
I don't see it anywhere.
I've been searching everywhere.
Final hint.
No, give me a second. I haven't had time to look through stuff yet.
Alright.
I've been looking through it all.
Seriously, dude, you're gonna kill me.
Zombie's wedding. I see the fusion of Rachel and Wendy.
Yeah, but it's not that. That doesn't count. No.
Oh, I know, but there's the feed, and
It's like
you're reaching way too far.
right at the top.
right at the top. Wait,
Oh no.
at the top? Wait a minute. No, that's.
No, it's not the 100 piece. It's already checked there. It doesn't have his name on it.
Is it OC Designs? Wait a minute.
It's not that. It's not that. It's not that.
Oh,
It's not that.
Hageshi.
There it is.
Wait,
Yeah.
where? I'm not.
The whole story and the highlights.
Wait, one more time.
Crazy.
It's in the
I have
highlights.
no, I haven't seen that anywhere. Where?
OC Design Poll.
Design poll. It's on one of the highlights.
Oh my gosh, that's garbage!
Insane. You're insane.
I love watching Silver get upset.
That is so garbage.
You're
That is
sadist.
so garbage. Wait, no, where does it say that that's...
Don't we all?
Wait a minute, hold that thought. No, hold on.
Yes.
Around, oh yeah, okay, you know what? You did the better gender bend version of him. Okay, that's, okay, alright.
I'm so salty that no one voted for mine, but whatever.
Yeah, here I am spending the last 10 minutes looking through freaking your Instagram, like going all the way down and all the way up, and I'm not seeing anything, and there it is in your freaking, oh my gosh.
All right. Let's go to the grand prizes.
I don't know if they're gonna. I mean, are they ready to hear it, or do we need to let Silver vent a little more?
No, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
It's dashboard. Get out of the way.
All right. So here's the grand prize. So, as you know, as the people on the server know, I'm going to be starting. So 2024 is going to feature a new story for me. It's going to be called Pokemon Warpath. It's based on the Pokemon Conquest video game. I have taken the base story idea. And
who dropped out?
Who do we lose?
Kaiser.
Okay.
Oh. Uh-oh.
All right.
Well, hopefully.
Here, give me one more.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all know that I'm going to be doing that story. So what I'm going to do for that is for Joe Clone, as he won, and I'm putting this up here now just to make sure that I have that reminder. Is I am going to Joe Clone, I want you to give me a character design that I will render into my own style of artwork, and I will create a character based on that to put in Pokemon Warpath.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
You may choose any Pokemon that you want up to Generation 5, but that is not a legendary Pokemon.
Okay.
This includes pseudo-legendary, so like Latios, can't do those.
That's really cool. That's very cool. Good work, Joe Clone. Very good work.
Awesome.
Good work.
Damn it.
Wow.
Oh, Robin.
Wow.
Wow.
But yeah, no, that's good.
All
Cool.
Right, yeah.
It's holding back so much.
Okay, now that the prize drawings are over with and all that, what did you guys think? Like, is that a good set of prizes to hand out for this kind of
thing? Yeah, no, that's a very good prize to hand out.
Yeah, it's cool.
All right, cool. I'm glad. I was like, okay. I was like, I hope they like this. If not, you know what? I learned my lesson. I move on. I try and find something else. But I'm glad you guys.
Yeah, no, that's fun. That's very good.
All right, cool. I can't tell if Silver's like actually like being genuine or if he's like super salty that he didn't get it.
I'm both at the moment because it is because here's the thing.
Do both. I am quite.
Well, no. Here's the thing. How do I put this? Yeah, no, that's no good. Genuinely good for you, Joe Clone. You found it. You look where I didn't. And that's the nature of competitions inherently. That's just inherently the nature of competitions.
Yeah.
So me being mad, me being salty, that would just be being a very poor sport, honestly. And I don't like being a poor sport. So.
Hey,
there's Kaiser.
So sweet. Hey, Kaiser.
Yeah. So.
Oh my goodness, I'm digging through. I'm sorry. I'm digging through the meme folder. I'm finding old memes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
No.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Yeah. But
I was wearing.
You can actually expand that one. You can expand that one. It's got 4 people in it.
Ruby.
You know what?
It
was Max.
Yeah, it's Max and John's on there.
Guys.
I won.
Look how skinny and little you were.
Wow.
Looks like you were attracted to that.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Okay.
So, is there anything else on the agenda?
So there are other things on the agenda. I just felt like that was a good time to do the.
No, sure, of course. That was the best time. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. So, at this point, we're gonna start taking like predictions for the. We're gonna start taking predictions for the future. Okay. Kaiser, Becca's gonna type out what the grand prize was.
Okay.
What do you guys like? What do you guys think is gonna happen like sometime in the next year or like?
See, here's the thing. Anything that I possibly say or anything outlandish that I possibly say would be irrelevant and it would be dwarfed by basically the whole lot of them. Because here's the thing, I respect you and I really like you as a writer. You're probably one of the writers I respect the most if I'm being cards on the table. But with that being said, any prediction that I personally make will inherently be wrong. Because I know, because basically the way that you work and the way that I know your writing style is that anything that I decide could not be nearly as outlandish as what you have planned. So I'm not even going to make a prediction.
You made a very strong case for bringing Switch back. So I'm accommodating that. So I'm gonna say that's not entirely true.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I was just salty at the time, and I just made an entire short story because I love the character so much. A short story that initially I was thinking about making a full length story, but then the realization and remembrance that any story I make never gets finished in any length or fashion is basically what I am doomed to. So I am not going to make a full story.
Fair enough.
Oh man.
No, but that ended up like the fact that you went and put that much thought into it at all to begin with was a good enough argument for me that I was like, no, you know what, he's right. This character has more potential that I have not yet tapped into. I should make use of this.
Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody? Does anybody have any predictions that they'd like to share?
Forward. You did say that the remainder of the story will probably not last the entirety of 2024, correct?
No, I did not say that.
You said that you wouldn't. Well, in the story, you said that it wasn't going to last too much longer, right?
No, I don't remember. I think the story's going to go on to. I'm estimating chapter 150. Honestly,
that's.
I'm guessing it may end up being shorter, but I honestly don't see it going much longer than that.
I'll see you guys next time at the Summer Olympics version of this podcast because that's when it's finally going to be ending.
You did, yeah. But I'm thinking of you said like it wasn't going to reach chapter 200, like.
No,
Like-
not at all. Well, we're about to hit chapter 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, podcast 100. That's what
So
we're.
what you're
that's
saying
what
is we're
recording.
2/3 of the way there.
Pretty much.
Okay, so it's probably gonna take maybe.
It's gonna get a lot darker
How
from here on
close are
out.
we to the Rubik's Cube moment?
Oh whoa.
The Rubik's Cube moment? I think that's gonna. I'm not gonna say when because I don't want them to see it coming.
Dang it.
Oh boy.
The
Okay.
only thing I can think that
can just
that
hear
moment
Robin,
could
like-
be.
Sorry.
The
say-
only thing I think that moment can be is Akihuri dying.
But don't you know that death is irrelevant in this world because they have Eri to bring back anyone who dies?
Yeah,
Unless-
what if
here's what I was gonna say.
what if
Here's
he's
what I was about to say.
incinerated?
Here's what I was about to say: is the like going forward, like from this arc specifically, the story's gonna get a lot darker.
Exactly.
Oh, crap.
That's why
'Cause we
I
got
have
the
the
preparation
mindset
Or
of
coming.
someone's.
Well, here's something to think about is that like Eri saw everything that like she did what she wanted to do, but she saw the consequences that came about for it. So she's been wrestling with the reality of that. So she can continue to bring people back to life, but the question remains to be seen whether or not she will continue.
Should she?
Man, should have had that mindset before resurrecting the worst character imaginable.
I'm pretty sure you.
Well,
I'm pretty sure people dislike Goron more than they dislike Kai. Just for the
See, here's the thing. I can't say my opinion. Wait, is Goron from your original character, or is that the kid from Dragon Ball proper?
No, Gorun is.
He's a Saiyan, but he's my original character.
Okay, I can't make a judgment call because I haven't read any of your Dragon Ball stuff because I have never watched Dragon Ball.
Okay, fair
Except for like a handful of very, very small instances.
Okay.
But anyways, moving on.
That
How do you spell
was his
Goron?
character for his Dragon Ball fairy tale story.
Gorun. Sorry, there I guess.
Sorry, Kaiser.
I'm sorry. Someone spell it out. You're cutting out, Joe Clone. Someone
give me
spell
one
it.
moment.
Someone type it out for me.
Type it.
There we go. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yep.
Go run.
Yep.
Go on a run, why don't you?
Exactly.
That's what everybody wished you would.
Yeah,
do.
that was the character from your Dragon Ball fairy tale, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that was.
Yep. And Fairy Tail, the thing is, I was never into that one because Fairy Tail made me feel the way this story makes Silver feel. Because I was like, after a while, I was like, people aren't staying dead. Like, every once in a while, someone stays dead, but it's super rare. It's like, y'all just keep
Oh, yeah.
back up.
Well, here's the thing, and I noticed this especially when I was reading the chapter last night and making my review last night. And maybe it was just a matter of me, if it being super late in the evening and having to like speed read 2 or 3 chapters. As much as I do genuinely like this story, I am getting afraid because it's getting to a point where a lot of the stuff that's written is virtually meaningless to me in the sense of it's not bad. It's just, I think I mentioned this very briefly in the Discord last night. There's just so much of it. There's just so much, like, and this isn't a criticism of your writing. Actually, I take it back. It can be a criticism of your writing, but it's just so much in the sense that there's a lot to keep track of. There is a lot to read. There's literally like 10 whole pages of the people in the press trying to talk to Karai or something like that. And there's just a lot of it. And honestly, at that point, it's just getting to the point where I just glaze over half the stuff because to me, it's just not very relevant to the plot as a whole.
Fair enough.
Like there are details and logistically speaking, yes, I guess you can make a point, but I mentioned this in jest last night, but I was mentioning Charles Dickens, but he doesn't go into like exactly what Scrooge does, or like, oh man, he walked all the way over here and then he was stopped by XP. Well, I mean, he just kind of gets the action for the most part. And I'm not saying that's what you should necessarily start doing, but it is something to keep in the back of your mind, in my personal opinion, because there's just so much that I filter out like 70% of it just so I can understand the story. What is happening? Why should I care about this?
Cut the deadwood, sir.
Cut the deadwood.
I don't know. That's my long. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make this into an entire critical tangent. I apologize.
No. This is why I do this stuff.
And I'm giggling over here because
I designed the family Christmas card, and he said he was gonna write a blip. It's
no,
like an
I said I was
essay.
gonna write the letter. You didn't. You know I don't do well with word limitations.
See, for me, I'm thinking 2-3 sentences. He probably wrote about 700 words.
Wow.
It was a
yeah, that's a bit.
Yeah.
It's a little long.
So we're
I'm
working
not apologizing.
on it. We're working on cutting the dead wood, honey.
See, here's the thing. You also mentioned last night in jest that, like, oh yeah, Tolkien was a literary genius and he wrote 6 pages about trees. I'm like, no,
Yes,
it's not.
yes.
You don't get to do that.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Him describing the tree sucks too.
What's that?
J.R.R. Tolkien describing the trees suck too.
You know what? I'm just a boring adult because I enjoy it now.
No, I mean that's valid. That's valid. Anyways,
I don't hate it anymore.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like bring us so off topic. What was?
You're good.
You're still on topic.
Okay. Does anyone else? Oh yeah, predictions. Thank you. I'm going to be right back. I'm just gonna be like 1 minute, but just carry on without me. Just carry on without me.
Bye.
All right. Amira, do you have any predictions?
Kuro dies a second time.
Kurai dies a second time.
Yeah!
Preferably permanently. Bye bye.
It could happen. I mean,
Honestly, knowing you,
if Kurai dies again, Eri will not bring him back.
Yeah, no, please no.
Yeah, no.
Like,
no.
that one is just.
She's at least learned her lesson to that degree. It's like if Kurai dies again, he ain't getting back up.
Yeah, she's done too much already. I think she's just take a break.
Oh, is that Deadwood?
That's Deadwood.
Deadwood.
Wow.
Wait, let me see. That's so cute.
That's adorable.
Honestly, it looks like a Groot cosplayer.
Yeah, it's our version of Groot, guys. Deadwood.
That's amazing. Okay, alright, yeah, that's...
Guys, this isn't your first time seeing this.
Is it? I don't remember seeing this. Like, I remember us talking about the character, but I do not remember seeing this.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah. It's adorable.
Reminds me of like a Kachina and Puddleglum had a baby.
Like, I've had this... I made this... I made this so long ago.
I just don't remember seeing it.
I love him. He's awesome.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's great.
I love it. I love it.
It's adorable.
I made this in January.
Wow.
I'm getting some I'm getting Puddleglum vibes, man.
Puddleglum from Silver Chair?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm returned by the way. Yeah, Paul Glenn is a great character.
Let's see.
So, were you seen Deadwood before, right?
I have,
the
yeah.
first time I've brought it up.
Yeah, this isn't the first time you've posted it.
This is the first time I'm seeing
See,
this.
Really?
I have the excuse that I like drop out of the group.
Yeah, I can understand Becca, but Mataris.
I have the excuse that I watch like everything that happens in this Discord server. So do you know how much I've forgotten?
Yeah, listen, I watch everything that happens here too, and I'm the keeper of canon.
I have the excuse of reading literally every single word you put in Your Hero Academia and being able to remember half of it, despite it being so long.
I remember all of it.
See, now that's a lie right there.
I can't remember the Discord.
Oh, really? What don't I remember from Your Hero Academia?
All right. What exactly did he say to the press reporters at the beginning of the last chapter?
At the beginning of the last chapter? Beat it.
That's not what he said, actually.
He said, "Hey, how's it when people are trying to talk to you in a language you don't understand?"
There we go.
Woo!
And you can verify later on the video. You'll be able to see.
No.
I did not. Look
Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted.
There you go. Yeah. Ha.
Yeah, you can't quiz him on the last chapter. You gotta quiz him on something right in the middle and ask him what it was.
Well, that's what I mean.
On the first chapter. Oh boy.
Anyways.
No, you can't do the first chapter. You gotta do like the 5th chapter, like somewhere like kind of towards the beginning, but like long enough where you're kind of losing out the memory of like the initial excitement.
The 5th chapter would have been their first combat training.
Oh my god.
So that would have been Kurai.
Someone check.
That would have been Kurai and Yajirozu versus.
I'm on it. Hold on.
and Jiro.
You got it, dude. Okay.
I've given up with this one. Like, I could just mention a random show and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, in the like 22nd episode, this is what happened in Friends," and I'm like, "What?"
Okay, hang on. Kaiser's got a question.
What was the song Kurai sang when they went karaoke?
Castle on the Hill by
Wow.
Sheeran. He also did
Wow.
Natsu no Taizai with Ojiro. And he did Headshala for Dragon Ball Z by himself.
You can remember that, but you can't think of a way to make Kai staying dead a thing.
Oh my
Well,
god.
yeah, he can remember meaningless facts, but he can't be creative.
You know what? His mom says that all the time.
What did my mom say?
You can remember
Where
stuff
did this
like
get
that,
out at will?
but you
It's a
can't
major
remember
key
stuff
problem.
for school.
Your business
brain
faces
doesn't
a
orient that way.
Yeah, you came up with that, but you can't open your menu.
Professional damage. If you work in the
What?
but even to be assault.
Another single answer.
Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Wow.
Anyways, yeah. Does anyone else have any other predictions for the coming story?
I have one.
Okay.
I'll make a prediction.
Hang on, Kaiser's got one. What's up?
No doubt.
My prediction is the scene you said about the moment you said that Silver will enjoy. It's Mina dying to save Kurai.
Ooh, that's a good prediction.
Because you said
He sounded too
Silver
happy
would
when he
love it.
said that's a good prediction.
So he
What's
can
that?
break down how things
He sounded too happy when he said that'd be a good prediction, which means he's already planning on it, or you gave him an idea and he's going to implement it.
Oh no.
I'm only saying that because he said Silver will like the moment,
to show you.
and we
We'll
know
see.
Silver hates Mina.
For sure.
We'll see. That's a good prediction, Kaiser. That's a good prediction. I think Amira had one. Let's hear from her.
Yeah.
No, seriously. He dies again.
Seriously, he dies again. Okay. All right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I don't really have any. Again, it's been a while since like I read the story in depth,
Retrospect.
and I really didn't like catch up to everything. So.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
What's up?
All right. I'm gonna make a prediction. There's definitely gonna be a character death. I don't know who. And I don't. Yeah. Maybe more than one.
Okay.
I mean, obviously you're going to kill Midnight because like she dies in camp, so there's no way you're gonna change that because we know your feelings about her.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
And then yeah.
It's a good prediction. It's a good prediction. More than one person dying, but if that is the case, I honestly doubt that you're gonna be able. I honestly doubt that you're gonna. How do I put this? You're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be surprised.
I expect to be.
Yeah. If somebody or some people die, I'm pretty sure they're gonna take you by surprise.
All of Class 1A.
Yeah.
I'm over here trying to rack my brain.
Okay.
Trying to
It's
remember.
more important to be account for the work itself.
All of Class 1A.
Probably not.
All right. Any other predictions? Are we ready to get to the next part of the agenda?
This is a really crazy prediction here.
Uh-huh.
One more?
I just thought a really crazy one that's like totally not serious, but like, what if Shigaraki just body snatched Kurai?
Please.
See, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. It's not gonna happen, but it'd be fun.
My last one is Momoma.
I mean, that could be a fun one.
Momoma gets his zero license.
Someone can make a crack pick of that.
Momoma gets.
Okay. All right. Any others? Last call.
For some reason, I don't want to bullshit.
No. All right.
Okay.
What's next? What's the next prompt?
What's the next prompt? I think that's. Let's see. I think that's about it.
That's it. I'm out of here. No, just kidding.
Bye bye.
No, I was gonna say. What I was gonna open up the discussion to was more on the Pokemon story. So I'm beginning that.
Actually, yeah, I do have some.
I'm gonna release the first episode for that on January 1st.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to talk about that actually, because I have a couple of prepped questions, so to speak.
Just a couple of things to get out of the way first. So
okay.
The way this is going to affect the schedule going forward is once a month we're going to do a Pokemon podcast, and a couple of weeks after that, also once a month, we're going to be doing a Your Hero podcast. So I'm going to be alternating it.
Okay,
so, yeah.
Cool.
So once a month we get Pokemon, once a month we get Your Hero.
Okay.
That's so cool.
I mean, let me ask. Actually, is it all right if I ask a couple questions about the Pokemon story?
Go for it.
So, actually, first to start off, because I mean, as much as I personally love Pokemon and have found a new love of Pokemon Conquest, partly because you mentioned you were doing a story on it. Why Pokemon? Like, because don't get me wrong, I personally love Pokemon, but as someone who you yourself wrote like a bunch of Sword Art Online stuff, a bunch of Dragon Ball stuff, and then even My Hero Academia, Pokemon just seemed, I don't know, I was surprised to say the least.
Seemed like it came out of left field.
Yeah, something like that. So, is there a particular reason you chose Pokemon to make a new story on, or anything else, or am I just reading too much into it?
No. It's a good question. I'm trying to think of an answer that'll make sense, because like,
I believe it is your first time adapting any influence from other IPs, right?
Other IPs? How do you mean?
Like you did Fire Sword and Star Sword, and both of those had Sword Art Online crossovers in there.
Yeah.
And Star Wars is the movie, but Fire Emblem was video game. So this is this your first purely just video game attempt at writing a story?
I feel like your first fan fiction was a video game that you were trying to show me. Oh yeah, it was Fire Emblem. Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote his first fan fiction because he knew I would never play the video game and he wanted me to know the story.
And then she didn't.
Yeah, no, I have it listed right here. Which one was it? It was The Masked. Is that what you're talking about?
No. So I got rid of. So I took it. I took it down because I got a notification from the. I got a notification from the website saying that it was getting flagged for copyright, essentially, because I was just basically novelizing the game almost word for word, and that was a problem apparently. So.
Huh. Interesting. And this was on fanfiction.net?
Yeah.
Huh. I wasn't even aware that was a thing that happened, because everything there, I've seen plenty of fanfiction.nets where they. Well, actually, I take it back. I don't know how you did it. I've seen a bunch of
basically
reinterpretations of
almost word for word what happened in the game.
Okay, then I guess that makes a bit more sense.
But... Wait, who had a problem with that?
Fanfiction, the admins website, or whoever, they messaged me. They're like, you need to take the story down, or we're gonna move to strike your account. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay. Wow. Well, interesting. Very interesting. But anyways, particular reason, Pokemon?
How do I put, I suppose...
It doesn't need to be a deep answer, I was just curious.
No. I think the influence came from sort of the nostalgia wave that's been sweeping through entertainment in the last few years, and the way that I mean that is, I'm going to say that this started, with J.J. Abrams' first Star Trek movie, where they brought Leonard Nimoy's Spock in to the new
Into
Star
Darkness.
Trek movies, right? So
it
was a way for people who, in the past, who had followed Star Trek in the past, and, maybe their kids had grown up watching it, it was a way for them to usher in the next generation, so, a new generation could grow up with it. And then, more recently, the Spider-Man movie, No Way Home. We had the Spider-Man who, we grew up with, when we were kids. Yeah. Tobey Maguire was Spider-Man, when we were teenagers. Andrew Garfield was Spider-Man, and, we got to bring them back. We got to bring them into this new generation. So I suppose... The closest thing to a reason that I can think of is that I wanted to, not tug on that nostalgia, but I kind of wanted to experiment with, okay, let's make something that was for kids. Let's have it grow up with the kids, essentially.
Okay, interesting. And then, follow-up question, just because I know that, when they were things like that, you had, I know that you, had... X or Y or Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, because that was oh hey, that was on your older version of your fanfiction account. I don't even know if it's still on there. It was hey, if you want to play Pokemon or battle me on that, then here's my thing. I don't know if it's still there, but are you how do I phrase this? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you say you're a fan of Pokemon in comparison to say, I don't know, Sword Art Online or My Hero Academia or stuff like that? Just out of pure curiosity.
for me, like, that feels like comparing apples and oranges, honestly, because like, I watched Pokemon every now and again, like a few times as I grew up, but not really consistently.
Okay.
And like, I play the video games. The video games are a category of fun for me, but it's like not in the same category as I would put an anime. So
Sure.
I honestly don't really know how to answer that. Like, it's by no means like my favorite game series or anything like that, but I do enjoy it whenever I do play it.
Okay, that's interesting. That's a very interesting answer. All right.
Can I just point something out?
Yeah.
Silver, you do know how dark Pokemon actually is, right?
It depends on what you're including. It depends on which part of the franchise you're including, and it depends on if you read the Pokedex or not.
Yeah.
Pokedex entries can get pretty dark.
They do, yeah.
In the Diamond and Pearl series, Cyrus actually dies.
No, he doesn't die.
Yeah, he walks into a universe that was about to be created and then it implodes.
In the backyard.
Oh, does it imply? I was just seeing this under the assumption that just the gateway disappears because of a plethora of
new universe being born, and because Dialga and Palkia stopped making it, it just imploded. And it doesn't.
Lysander's a bit.
Well, I'm not going to go into an entire discussion because I could give an entire reason why he's still alive, but I'm not going to do that because that would derail the conversation.
You could just go read the Pokemon Adventures manga and watch.
Don't even watch Pokemon Adventures. Go and watch the.
No, I didn't say watch Pokemon Adventures. I said read the Pokemon Adventures manga.
Well, there is Pokemon Adventures manga, which is an entire other. For the record, Pokemon Adventures is probably one of the best written mangas I've ever read.
It's fantastic.
It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. The other thing I was saying, if you want to like a better thing about Cyrus's quote unquote death, he's not dead because go watch Pokemon. What was it called? It was the new one, the Arceus Chronicles or something like that. It was a mini series movie that came out with Pokemon Journeys.
Oh, okay.
Anyways.
Connected to Legends Arceus.
Yeah, like. Sorry, sorry, Kaiser. Hang on a second. Say that again.
Me or Kaiser?
Kaiser. Or did he not have anything to say?
I don't know.
No, all I said was about the thing Silver was on about is connected to Legends Arceus, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like an anime tie-in to the games, yeah, for the most part. It's not, well, I mean, it's canon to the anime. It's just like, oh, hey, we have a new game, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Let's make like a special anime episode based on that, kind of.
Anime. Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
But in general, like, children are the one who play the games.
Yeah.
Like, my kids are starting to play it, and it's been fun, like, playing that with them.
I do want to point something out.
But, yeah, so, like, the ideas that I wanted to, like, truly I believe this is something unique that I've managed to conjure.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'd mentioned this or not before, but this is going to be a political drama.
Oh.
You mentioned that. You touched on it.
Like, a good portion of this is going to be a political drama.
Is that just an excuse for you to make extremely long, drawn-out, detailed chapters again?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know, honey. What's your take on it?
How do I put this? It honestly reminds me of Downton Abbey.
Really? Well, here's the thing. I've never watched Downton Abbey. My family has. I haven't watched it, but I've heard good things. I've heard good things.
Downton Abbey with a little bit more action.
A little bit more action.
Well, there's war to be had, of course. So.
Yeah.
Wait, there is? In a book called Pokemon Warpath, there's war? What? Wow, I didn't know that. Thanks for that was a very good. That's Chris. I'm sorry. I don't mean to roast you. I apologize. It was right there.
You're good. You guys know I'm horrible at talking about stuff he hasn't shared without giving away spoilers. So that's why I'm trying to be as vague as possible. That's the only way I can describe it.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, again, I look forward to reading it.
So I read it to. I read like part of it to a friend of mine. And his words were, Joe, you've created Pokemon meets Game of Thrones minus the pornography.
I haven't seen Game of Thrones for that same reason that you just described, but
I haven't seen Game of Thrones either. So like he told me, but like I know that it's like, you know, the explicit material aside, I know that it's very well written. And it's a very engaging story. I'm like, if we didn't have all that.
Okay, if you're so I haven't seen Game of Thrones either, but it's a bold claim to call yourself on the level of Game of Thrones.
Not my words. This is my friend. He has read the books. He has seen the show. Those were his words, not mine.
We've never read it, so we don't even know what George R.R. Martin sounds like.
They're just referring to the last season that was really bad.
A lot of people.
Yeah. Follow-up question about the Pokemon story. Is it going to be like your other stories, like, say, Red Swordsman, Shattered Fragment, or Your Hero Academia, where it follows the plot of the original in any form or fashion? Or is it... Yes. Well, let me rephrase that, because, like, if I'm being honest, there's not really a lot of plot in the original Conquest for... I mean, it's...
Yeah, so Conquest has a bare-bones plot, which I... Like, honestly, the plot... Like, the bare-bones plot I found interesting. So I decided to take that and expand on it, like, 1,000-fold.
Okay. Awesome! I can't wait to read it.
I'm gonna go way more into like the lore and history of Ransai, like as I imagine it.
Okay, well that's great to hear. That's honestly very great to hear.
Kingdoms and how they interact with one another.
All right.
Like it's not gonna be just like we're gonna go attack these people because they're there, because that's not okay. But there's gonna be, I don't want to reveal too much. I'll reveal a mechanic of the existence.
Well, no, I think you mentioned this before it was like, I don't even know how long ago it was, but is it alright if I say what it is? Because I don't know if you're trying to keep this hidden, but I do remember you mentioning it.
It's coming out soon. It's fine if we're...
Basically, I do remember you mentioning, like, about when you were first conceiving, either it was when you were first conceiving the story or you're first telling us that you were writing it, that the idea is, like, every warlord or person has, like, a partner Pokemon, right? And any attack or injury that the Pokemon sustains, the person sustains in some similar form or fashion. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's what I was about to get into.
Okay. Yeah, no, I love the concept personally. Because it's, again, like, I love Pokemon. It's a huge part of my own childhood.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so I always did like, and that's probably the reason why I like Pokemon Adventures, because it doesn't have that same mechanic, but does treat the trainers as if they're also like fighting each other as well, which I personally really enjoyed. So I am looking forward to Pokemon Warpath.
It's like I said, it's gonna be a very violent story at some parts.
Oh boy.
Yeah. We're talking like borderline rated M on some parts.
Oh my goodness.
God.
All right.
And you said there's not even going to be any of the suggestive stuff, right?
No, that's not Matarsa style. That's like across the board. That is not his style.
Wow.
With the system about if the Pokemon gets hurt, the partner will.
Yeah.
Do you know that actually reminds me of two different shows?
How's that?
It reminds me of Digimon Tamers. After they've biomerged, they have a link with their partner. So no matter what form they're in, if their Digimon got hurt, they felt the pain.
Oh.
And in Gundam Build Fighters, the main character had an ability that allowed him to sync up with his models, with his suit, and if the suit got damaged, his arm would start to hurt.
Okay.
He would have the damage reflected onto him.
Wow.
So, okay. Interesting.
That also reminds me of a mechanic in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, actually. But there's a bond between the two main characters there.
I'm going to run to the bathroom and think about it.
Okay. So, I actually got the inspiration from the show Noragami.
Oh, the anime?
Yeah. So the idea there is that the regalia, the servant of whatever god they're bound to, whenever they commit a wrong, the god they're attached to, they suffer for it. Like in terms of physical pain, nothing happens to the regalia, nothing happens to the servant until they have to undergo a repentance process. But I got that idea from I was like, what if the Pokemon getting hurt was reflected back on the warrior or the trainer? Because I was like, if you're just sending the Pokemon in to die, essentially, like, I wanted to raise the stakes. I wanted it, like, there would be emotional retribution, I would imagine, for most people. But I wanted to take it up another step, raise the stakes even higher. So, like, if you're gonna, basically, like, I wanted to put it to the point where it's like, if you're gonna be taking part in a battle, you need to have skin in the game. Is the idea?
Yeah. No, I like that. I do really like that. Because again, with Pokemon, it's the way the original games are set up is that obviously like, oh hey, it's a trainer, it's a Pokemon, and it kind of circumvents the entire violence because it was a game marketed to children. But I've always have liked that idea. And again, I go back to Pokemon Adventures because it doesn't have the same idea you have, but it does have like the higher stakes for the trainers involved in a different sort of setting. So I always do enjoy ideas like that.
The warriors can jump into battle alongside their Pokemon. They just have twice the chance of getting injured that way.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I'm
all right.
But the water type leader, the warlord of Fontaine, Motochika. He's one of those crazy guys who he'll jump in the fight himself. Like he'll go in with his Samurott. He'll be waving a sword around. He'll do stuff himself.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. Like I'm really going out of my way to expand on the warlord's characters as well.
All right. Well, that's good because like as much as I do like the game, most of the warlords I don't remember because there's 18 of them at this point, which is already a lot of characters to keep track of.
Sub warlords too.
Yeah. Exactly. That's how it be.
Yeah. So like, okay, so you remember how in the game, like the first interaction is like Ignis invades you, and then you go and invade them and take them over.
That's correct. Yeah.
And it's like 2 battles.
Mm-hmm.
So that whole thing is not going to be done in 2 chapters. I promise.
No, I would be disappointed if it was taken care of in 2 chapters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if
Matthias, can I ask something?
Oh, sorry. Hang on, Kaiser. Say again.
Can I ask something quickly?
Yeah.
Are you going to add a fairy warlord in?
No. Like I said, this is going to be up to generation 5.
No fairy types allowed.
So it's literally just the setup of the game then.
Yeah.
Right. I was hoping it was that because sometimes adding the extra one in can ruin something.
Yeah. No,
I speak from experience.
As far as battle mechanics and like who's weak to what, it's generation 5 and backward essentially.
And only generation 5 Pokemon. Well, up to generation 5, correct?
It's up to Victini, and then like you don't go beyond that. Like
okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I just remembered something. Oh my word! Nothing. It's just we were talking about like just Pokemon Warpath and how it's like an olden like more of like a period kind of piece, which I really love. And I just remembered like how when I was like 15 or something or 16, and I was going through like fan fiction for the first time, and I saw this. I made this one Pokemon. Maybe I'll share it with you later. But I remember this one Pokemon character that fit like kind of like a European medieval kind of period. But I'll leave it out for now. But anyways, does anyone else have any questions or any comments about the Pokemon Warpath story?
I have one more.
All right,
what's up, Kaiser?
Back to the Bond thing. How extreme is it? Because, as I said with Build Fighters, if the suit's arm got smashed, the pilot's bones would actually break or be damaged.
If your Pikachu's tail gets cut off, guess what? There goes your tailbone.
Ooh, so it is to the extreme then.
If your Taurus like loses a leg, guess what? You don't have a leg anymore.
Lots of burning.
Well, yeah, the first war is against the fire type nation. So
yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of burning happening.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
So you could actually drown a character then.
I mean, you can drown any character.
Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, by drowning their Pokemon.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a dude like his bird like gets a thunderbolt shot through it.
Oh.
And so like, this is gonna be so dark. A hole open up in his chest, and he's just gonna drop dead.
He did.
You were not kidding when you said it's gonna be dark.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not holding back on this one.
Are you going to start it off with the main character dying?
No.
Like with your heroes.
Well, even if the main character died, they just get brought back to life through time travel or something.
Yeah, Dialga would bring them back, or Arceus, depending on who was feeling the mood that day.
Nah. Palkia will just move him a couple of inches to the left.
There it is.
So he doesn't even get hit. Oop.
Oop! Wow! How did that happen? That other guy has really bad aim. So like, and I'm really looking forward to so like some of the warriors in the game do link up with legendary Pokemon.
Yes.
But I'm gonna go.
I remember that.
Go way further into like how that works.
Oh boy.
We're gonna have.
Okay.
Let me guess. We're gonna have.
Oh hey, this is like a somewhat tougher battle on how I link up with Reshiram or whoever.
Are there going to be trials for them then? With the legendaries?
It'll depend on the Pokemon.
No, I meant you said the legendaries will be harder to bond with. Will there be like a trial?
I'm saying that I'm not just gonna make it harder for the legendaries to bond with, like it does in the game. Like in the game, it's harder. It is harder to link up with the legendary Pokemon.
I never found that a problem.
Like if you know what you're doing, it's not a problem. But,
yeah.
Like first-time players might have an issue with it. The mechanic is designed to be more difficult. My point is that I'm gonna take that to the next level. I'm gonna make it way more difficult for anybody to form any kind of link with like basically when they hear about Nobunaga, like being fused to Zekrom or like linked up with Zekrom, like most people's first instinct is to laugh about it because like they live in an age where legendary Pokemon is just that, they're just legends, like nobody's seen them in a long time. So like some people are like, yeah, no, they exist, they just don't want to talk to us, and other people are like, nah, those don't exist, those are just stories to scare people. But it's like, so when you hear this person in this far off country has supposedly
bonded
with like the Pokemon equivalent of Thor, you're gonna be met with some incredulity.
Alright, can I ask you a quick question before I have to leave the call so I can go start work? Yeah, I'm here at work actually right now. I was in the car on the way over, that's why I was so silent.
Oh, wow. Well, thanks for hanging with us, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, question.
Yeah.
Alright, so you said it's up to Gen 5, right?
Yes.
What were those legendaries again?
Zekrom, Reshiram, Kyurem.
So Black and White 2?
Yes.
Okay, I will... Yeah, I gotta. Okay, I'll make some type of list for the Pokemon I want in that, so I can send that to you.
Yeah. Look that up. Send me a physical description of what you want your character to look like, and I will get to work on that.
Sure. Okay.
All right.
Well, it's been fun, guys. I'm going to hang up now so I can get started to work as the shift starts in 5 minutes.
All right. Good.
So.
Bye, John.
I think that about covers what we were gonna do today.
Amira, did you have any closing thoughts?
No. I actually did need to leave as well. I'm currently going through a whole biology booklet that was due a week ago.
Doing your homework super late. I respect it.
Quick, again, I'll reiterate. I have designed this story so that anybody who has not read or played Pokemon can read and enjoy the story. The only thing you'll have to do is, like, if you find a new Pokemon name, Google it, look up the picture, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, really much looking forward to it.
I'm not a gamer, so yeah, I've just been Googling them.
But I'm not a gamer.
Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you very much for sticking with us for 100 podcasts.
Yeah.
It's always a delight having you guys. And we're gonna go ahead and close it out here. We will see you guys around some other time, and I am very much looking forward to what you guys have to say when the first chapter of Pokemon Warpath drops January 1st, 2024. But until that time, everybody has a plus ultra couple of weeks.
Yep, same yourself. This was fun. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Have a great day, everyone.